Chapter 277. Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to help the three girls refine spirit-breaking pills. He was vexed. What a tiring life. He had just finished refining pills a few days ago, and now he had to refine pills again. His heart felt unbalanced. Yu Laiyan seemed to see Ling Xiao's helplessness. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ling Xiao's face. "Xiao, thank you. This is my first kiss." After saying that, Yu Laiyan's face turned bright red. Ling Xiao had been forcefully kissed by a woman in front of others. He immediately blushed. "Senior apprentice sister, you're too bad." Bing Ruoshui snorted. "You could be happy. I'll go back and tell senior apprentice sister Yin." When Kitty also interjected, "Senior apprentice sister Yin has always been a bit stingy. Senior apprentice brother, you have to be careful." Ling Xiao was speechless. It was just a kiss. Why did it sound so serious? "All right, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days." Ling Xiao changed the subject. If these three girls didn't leave, he would be tormented to death. If it weren't for Yin Mengqi, he would have reluctantly accepted all three of them. "Xiao, I'll cultivate here with you from today onwards," said Yu Laiyan. "What? How can I do that?" Ling Xiao hastily waved his hands. "If Yin Mengqi found out, it would be troublesome. I don't care. In any case, I've already returned my courtyard to the sect. Could it be that junior apprentice brother has the heart to make me have nowhere to go?" Yu Laiyan pretended to be sad and begged. Her tears seemed to be on the verge of flowing out. She looked very pitiful. "I've seen people snatch women, but this is the first time I've seen someone pay for it. How rare." Bing Ruoshui sneered from the side. "That's right. I like junior apprentice brother. What do you do about it? You're just like a block of ice. Who would like you?" Yu Laiyan retorted. "Who are you calling a block of ice?" Bing Ruoshui angrily asked. "I'm talking about you. Even a man wouldn't dare hug you to sleep. They're afraid they won't be able to lift you." Yu Laiyan increased her offensive. "Who's a fickle woman like you who likes every man you see?" Bing Ruoshui was so angry that she also began to curse back. "You dare insult me? I'll kill you." Yu Laiyan roared and immediately thrust his sword at Bing Ruoshui. On the surface, she might look like a slut, but in reality, she was still a virgin. Now that Bing Ruoshui had said that, she was immediately enraged. Bing Ruoshui was not one to be underestimated. An ice sword appeared in her hand, and an ice pillar sealed Yu Laiyan's fiery radiance. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh and shouted, "Enough! If you keep arguing, I'll punish you according to the family rules." At the same time, a powerful pressure was released. He was already a high-rank soul master, 2 ranks higher than Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui. Immediately, under Ling Xiao's pressure, the 2 women withdrew their swords. However, they continued to glare at one another. "Haha, senior brother, you are really bad. You actually want to take in senior sister Yu and senior sister Bing? You even want to punish them according to the family rules?" When Kitty snickered, "Shua!" Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui's faces both turned bright red. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the 2 of them fled from Ling Xiao's cultivation courtyard. "Haha, you 2 are embarrassed," when Kitty laughed. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. "All right, junior sister Wen, you should go back as well. Otherwise, Elder Wen will be worried if he doesn't see you." In truth, Ling Xiao wasn't very interested in Wen Kitty. In his heart, he treated her like a little sister. After all, she was very mischievous and mischievous. "I'm not going back. When I came out, I already told my mother that I was coming to play with you. She even told me to go back a bit later," when Kitty refused. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, "I think it's better to forget it. I still have to refine the spirit-breaking pill for you." In truth, he didn't want to waste time with this girl. "I'm not. You said you're going to take me out of the city to play. How can a man go back on his word?" When Kitty said, "Didn't I say I was going to help you refine spirit breakthrough pills? How can I have time to play with you?" Ling Xiao said, "In any case, I don't care. I just want you to accompany me out. I'm always bored to death in the sect." When Kitty pouted and acted like a spoiled child, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with her. She wasn't anyone to him. He immediately turned and walked out of the hall. "Good senior brother, don't be like this. when Kitty became anxious. She lightly stamped her feet and hugged Ling Xiao's tiger body from behind. She then said in a low voice, "As long as you accompany me to play, I'm willing to share a husband with senior sister Yin." Her words were spoken in an extremely low voice, and her face was burning hot. According to reason, she and Ling Xiao had only met 2 or 3 times, so she shouldn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao. But that day, Ling Xiao had displayed his invincible might on the martial practice field, completely shocking everyone, including her. Wen Qidi was a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. She had a sense of worship towards experts, especially a handsome and capable man like Ling Xiao. Naturally, she would fall in love with him. Although she knew that Ling Xiao wanted Yin Mingqi, she didn't mind being his concubine. After all, Yin Mingqi was a king-level expert. Her strength and appearance were both above hers, and she didn't have the confidence to suppress Yin Mingqi in this aspect. Ling Xiao didn't expect Wen Qidi to be so bold and directly confess. This made him feel proud in his heart. This young master's charm isn't just for show. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Not now. Let's talk about it after I finish refining your spirit-breaking pill. In fact, Ling Xiao really wanted to leave the sect and go to the city to find Ji Beixin. It was just that he didn't want to bring Wen Qidi along. Moreover, he didn't have a heart to accept Wen Qidi. Although he was a bit arrogant and narcissistic, he didn't want to be with a girl he didn't have any feelings for. He secretly shouted in his heart, "Big brother isn't a casual person." If anyone else heard this, they would definitely say, "Then you're not a person who is casual." Wen Qidi pouted her sexy jade lips and lightly stomped her feet. She was very unwilling in her heart. A peerless beauty has already said so, yet you're still unwilling. Who cares? Ling Xiao pretended not to see Wen Qidi. After saying a few comforting words, he was about to find an excuse to leave. At this moment, an outer sect disciple came to report that there was someone outside who wanted to see him. Helpless, Ling Xiao had to return to the hall and wait for the visitor. The one who walked in was Xianxia, and behind him was an old man in his 60s. After the two entered, they respectfully bowed to Ling Xiao. "Chief Xing, I was just about to look for you, and you came. It seems like you can't wait," Ling Xiao said with a light smile. When Xianxia heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and asked, "Elder Ling, you've helped me refine it?" Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. With a light wave of his hand, a pill shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly caught it. After looking at the pill in his hand, his expression became extremely excited. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Many thanks to Elder Ling for helping me." Xianxia was already half a step into the king stage. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, so he was relatively young. With his Tenbin status, he would sooner or later step into the king stage, and he was confident that he would be able to take that step. Unfortunately, he'd been injured by the king rank expert of the moon-worshipping sect, Wu Wei, during the battle at Blaze Gorge, and it had left a shadow in his heart that had shaken his confidence. If he wanted to step foot into the king rank again, he had to overcome this shadow and strengthen his conviction. Moreover, although it was only half a step from the king stage to the king stage, this half step had been a bottleneck for countless cultivators, making it difficult for them to ever reach the king stage. Thus, Xianxia was extremely eager to obtain a king entering pill. Before this, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be so kind as to agree to refine the king entering pill for him as long as he provided the spirit herbs needed to refine it. Later on, he lacked 2 fourth-grade spirit herbs, so he was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to help him. Now that the pill was in his hands, how could he not be excited? How could he not be grateful to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Chief Steward Xing, there's no need to be like this." Xianxia stood up, and with a flash of a spatial ring, many things appeared in front of him. "Elder Ling, although these spirit herbs and profound crystals aren't enough to enter Elder Ling's eyes, I believe that you will have a use for them. Just consider them a small token of Zhantian's appreciation, and I hope that Elder Ling will accept them," Xianxia said sincerely. Ling Xiao glanced at these things and saw that most of them were second-grade and third-grade spirit herbs, as well as several hundred pieces of low-grade profound crystals. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, he accepted all of Xianxia's gifts. Spirit herbs and profound crystals were both good things that were commonly used. Although Ling Xiao had advanced to the 4th grade, he still needed low-grade spirit herbs to help him refine any high-grade pill, so these things were still very useful to him. The value of a single king pill was far more valuable than anything Xianxia had offered, so he had no qualms accepting it. It was only at this moment that Ling Xiao noticed that the elder beside Xianxia was staring at the king pill in Xianxia's hand and was constantly swallowing his saliva, as if he couldn't wait to snatch the pill and swallow it. This is... Ling Xiao looked at the old man and asked. The elder didn't wait for Xianxia's introduction and immediately bowed respectfully. This lowly one, Yu Sangjiang, greets Elder Ling. Although the elder was older than Ling Xiao was a sect elder and a 4th-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao's status was much higher than his, and the elder didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. Xianxia followed up with an introduction. Elder Ling, Deacon Yu has a zither score that you need, so I brought him here to see you. Xianxia had unknowingly changed the way he addressed Ling Xiao from you to sir, showing just how much respect he had for Ling Xiao. So it's Deacon Yu. Do you really have a zither score? Ling Xiao asked happily. Yu Sangjiang didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out 2 items from his spatial ring. These 2 items were an ancient servant scroll and a zither. This zither score and zither were obtained by this lowly one a long time ago. I hope that Elder Ling will take a liking to them, Yu Sangjiang said as he presented the items in his hand to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao carefully accepted the zither score and zither. Ling Xiao first flipped through the zither score, and his eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. It's actually a green tier zither score. In the Purple Sky sect, most of the cultivation techniques and profound skills were yellow and blue tier, but there weren't many green tier cultivation techniques and profound skills. But what Ling Xiao was holding was actually a green tier zither score. How could this not make him happy? This lowly one isn't skilled in the zither Dao. If Elder Ling takes a liking to it, then I will gift it to Elder Ling. I hope that Elder Ling will accept it. Yu Sangjiang saw that Ling Xiao liked it and immediately seized the opportunity to curry favor with him. Chapter 278. Ling Xiao didn't immediately reply to Yu Sangjiang's question. Instead, he looked at the zither. The body of the zither was dark red, and it would seem to be at least 1,000 years old. It should have been made from the trunk of an ancient tree that was thousands of years old. The zither strings were pulled taut, and a few traces of white light could be faintly seen. It looked quite extraordinary. Ling Xiao gently caressed the zither, and a few clear and melodious sounds rang out. He then flipped the zither over and looked at the 3 ancient words Feng Qingying engraved on it. Good zither, good profound skill. I wonder if Deacon Yu can sell these 2 items to me? Ling Xiao asked Yu Sangjiang with satisfaction. Yu Sangjiang was overjoyed. If Elder Ling likes them, then I'll give them to you, as long as Elder Ling can also refine a king entering pill for this lowly one. But Elder Ling can rest assured, this lowly one will pay you separately. With that, Yu Sangjiang offered up his collection just like Xianxia had done before. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Yu Sangjiang's collection and asked, what attribute does Deacon Yu have? This lowly one has the water attribute, Yu Sangjiang replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, Deacon Yu, since you don't need the zither and zither, then I'll accept them first. But don't worry, I won't take them for free. I'll definitely refine a water attribute king entering pill for you within 5 days. With that, Ling Xiao took out a few water attribute spirit herbs and a water attribute beast core from Yu Sangjiang's collection. Ling Xiao didn't have many water attribute spirit herbs, and he needed a lot of spirit herbs to refine a king entering pill. He didn't have enough spirit herbs to help Yu Sangjiang refine it, but he was confident that he could gather enough spirit herbs to refine a king entering pill for Yu Songjiang within 5 days. The main reason was that Yu Songjiang's zither and zither were worth Ling Xiao refining for him. After all, green rank profound skills were rare in the Northwest, and that ancient zither should not be an ordinary item. At the very least, it should be a profound artifact. If it was a martial artist who understood the way of a zither, then the value of these two items would definitely be lower than the king writes pellet. When Yu Songjiang heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and thanked Ling Xiao. Many thanks to Elder Ling. Yu Songjiang really didn't expect that these two things of little value would make him earn so much. However, he didn't know how valuable the chicken ribs he thought were to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not continue chatting with Yu Songjiang and Xing Zhantian, immediately hinting for them to leave. Yu Songjiang and Xing Zhantian politely said that as long as Ling Xiao had something he needed them to do, they would definitely do it without hesitation. Then, the two of them left Ling Xiao's courtyard. Ling Xiao waited for the two of them to leave before turning his gaze to one Ku Dai who had been keeping her face hidden. Junior Apprentice 1. Are you angry? Ling Xiao asked in a slow tone. One Ku Dai coldly snorted and ignored Ling Xiao. She had been cared for by others since she was young, and there was no lack of pursuers in the sect. But now that she had thrown herself at Ling Xiao, she felt very wronged. Ling Xiao walked to one Ku Dai's side and said, I originally wanted to ask you to go down a mountain with me, but since Junior Apprentice 1 is unwilling, then forget it. With that, Ling Xiao strode out of the door. You wait for me. When Kitty heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately turned from gloomy to sunny, following him. Junior Apprentice 1. Are you angry with me? Ling Xiao asked, even though he already knew the answer. Who's your junior apprentice sister? I don't even know who's older. Call me senior sister. When Ku Dai said unwillingly, Ling Xiao could see that this girl was still angry, so he didn't mind and said, Do you really want to go down the mountain with me? One Ku Dai anxiously looked at Ling Xiao, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. You can go down a mountain with me, but when you come back, you must ask Pavilion Master 1 for something. Ling Xiao said seriously. When Ku Dai unhappily said, You think I want to go down with you? When Ku Dai felt extremely wronged. No matter what, she was a famous beauty in the sect. She just wanted to go play with Ling Xiao in the city, but Ling Xiao actually had ideas about her mother. She couldn't stand Ling Xiao any longer. With that, she briskly walked away from Ling Xiao, swearing in her heart that she never wanted to see him again. Ling Xiao knew that he had made a mistake, and his body flashed, catching up to one Ku Dai at an even faster speed. He grabbed her delicate hand and said, Junior Apprentice sister, listen to me first. When Ku Dai swung her hand and angrily said, Let go of me, I don't want to talk to a big bastard like you. Looking at when Ku Dai's blushing face, Ling Xiao softly said, Junior Apprentice sister, you misunderstood. I want you to tell Elder One that I can help her refine a king advancing pill or a king advancing pill. However, I don't have enough spirit herbs, so I want you to tell me when you go back and see if she needs it. If she needs it, then tell her to prepare the spirit herbs, and I'll arrange it for her as soon as possible. The Jade Spring Pavilion was one of the 9 peaks, and the pavilion master, Wen Haiyan, was also a king-level powerhouse. He believed that she should have a lot of water attribute spirit herbs. So Ling Xiao planned to ask Wen Haiyan to help Yu Songjiang prepare the spirit herbs for the king advancing pill. This way, not only could he sell a favor to the Jade Spring Pavilion, but he could also fulfill his promise to Yu Songjiang. Although when Ku Dai was a bit mischievous, she also understood the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She asked with pleasant surprise, Can you really refine a king advancing pill or a king advancing pill for our Jade Spring Pavilion? Of course, in addition to the spirit-breaking pill, if you want me to refine a king entering pill or a king advancing pill, you'll have to prepare 2 sets of spirit grass each. At the same time, you'll have to ask for additional remuneration, otherwise I won't even bother to refine them. But for your sake, I'll make an exception and only ask for 2 sets of spirit grass. No other remuneration. Go back and tell Elder One I believe she'll know what to do. Ling Xiao nodded. One Kudai listened to Ling Xiao's words and felt extremely happy. All the unhappiness from a moment ago was thrown to the back of her mind, and she lightly tapped Ling Xiao's face, clapped her hands, and exclaimed, "Great! I'll go tell my mother right now. She will definitely be very happy." After saying that, she swiftly ran back in the direction of the Jade Spring Pavilion, even forgetting about the matter of asking Ling Xiao to accompany her to play. Ling Xiao touched his kissed face and murmured, "Does this count as a forced kiss?" An hour later, on the peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion, in the middle of a 1,000-year-old lake, a middle-aged woman was sitting on a lotus altar meditating. This middle-aged woman was dignified and graceful, giving off a kind of mature and beautiful feeling. Those who didn't know her would think that she was a woman in her early 40s, but in fact, she was almost 80 years old. Wen Haiyan was the youngest King Stage Peak lord among the elders of the Nine Peaks, apart from sect master Xianxia. She had broken through to the King Stage at the age of 45 and had been taking jade pool grass for many years to slow down the aging of her youthful appearance, so she only looked like a middle-aged lady. "Mother Dyer is back." A cheerful voice interrupted her meditation. The one who had shouted was one Kudai, who had just returned from the meditation courtyard. When Haiyan opened her eyes and revealed a loving smile, "Say, you're back so soon? Didn't you accompany your senior brother Ling to play in the city?" "Aya." When Kitty let out a strange cry, lightly patted her forehead and said, "I only cared about coming back to tell Mother the good news. I completely forgot about this matter." "Forget it. In any case, he doesn't really want to play with me." When Haiyan lightly jumped from the lotus altar and returned to the shore, looking at her daughter, she said, "What good news does Kadai have to tell Mother?" Therefore, when Haiyan told her mother exactly what Ling Xiao had told her, word for word, when Haiyan was overjoyed, saying, "Your senior brother Ling really said that?" "Of course it's true. He said that for my sake, he would only take 2 sets of spirit herbs and wouldn't ask for anything else. He promised to refine King Entering Pills, or King Advancement Pills, for our Jade Spring Pavilion as long as you have the spirit herbs. All right, he also gave me a spirit-breaking pill," when Kudai said proudly. "That's great. That's great. I'll go and inform your martial uncles to prepare the spirit herbs," when Haiyan said in surprise. With these 2 precious pills, their Jade Spring Pavilion strength would definitely increase by a lot. Some time ago, she knew that Mu Huai, Mu En, and another elder on Wood Flag Peak had broken through to the next level at the same time. For a time, Wood Flag Peak had become the strongest of the 9 peaks. This made her feel both envious and jealous. Mu Huai had taken in a good disciple. Just as when Haiyan was about to go find them, she suddenly thought of something and turned to one Kudai, saying, "Kudai, you have to properly thank your senior brother Ling, okay? You can't show your willful temper anymore. If you have time, it's best to accompany your senior brother Ling more. This is a good choice for you." After when Kudai heard this, her face turned red, and she said, "Mother, what are you saying? I'm not going to accompany him." "Haha, all right. You have to fight for your own happiness. If you lose it, don't blame Mother for not reminding you," when Haiyan said with a smile. With that, she quickly disappeared. Only when Kudai remained in place, muttering, "It's not that I don't want to accompany him. It's that he doesn't want me to accompany him." One Kudai recalled the scene of Yulai Yin and Bing Ruoshui fighting over Ling Xiao, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority in her heart. After a long while, her beautiful eyes blossomed with an unprecedented firmness. She then blew her fist and muttered to herself, "I, one Kudai, am an invincible beauty. It's easy for me to capture that block of wood's heart. Just you wait and see." Zetian City, City Lord's Mansion. G2 was not only the city lord of Zetian City, he had also been promoted to the intersect deacon. He was in a good mood, especially recently. His granddaughter had unknowingly become a high-level profound practitioner, which was simply inconceivable. However, when he thought about the abilities of his granddaughter's man, who was also his grandson-in-law, he felt relieved. G2 never thought that his grandson-in-law would actually become the youngest elder in the sect, and he was even a grade for alchemist. This news almost caused him to faint. Fortunately, his granddaughter didn't marry anyone else back then. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it now. At this time, an outer sect disciple interrupted his thoughts and said, "Lord, there's someone outside who claims to be Ling Xiao who wishes to see you. Quickly invite him in." G2 immediately ordered, and in the next moment he said no. It's better for this old man to personally welcome him. With that, he had already rushed out of the room. The outer sect disciple thought doubtfully, what is the identity of that young man? To actually have the Lord personally welcome him? Chapter 279. G2 swept away his usual dignified demeanor in the city lord's mansion and hurriedly walked to the door. When he saw Ling Xiao waiting in boredom, he immediately respectfully exclaimed, "Elder Ling, it's really G2's fault." After saying that, G2 bowed to Ling Xiao. The Purple Sky sect's hierarchy was very strict. Although G2 was an inner sect deacon and was quite old, he couldn't put on any airs in front of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a high and mighty elder in the sect. The two outer sect disciples guarding the door were even more shocked and opened their mouths wide. They really didn't expect that the young man in front of them, who was younger than them by 10 years, would actually be an elder. This time, they panicked and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao, afraid that Ling Xiao would punish them for their previous discourtesy. Ling Xiao quickly grabbed G2's hand and said, "Elder 2, didn't you want to be rude to this kid? You also know about the matter between me and Xianxia. According to seniority, you are my grandfather. How can I let you bow to me? In the future, don't call me Elder Ling. It's still the same as before, otherwise you will be treating me like an outsider." When G2 heard Ling Xiao's words, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. In the future, if the people in the sect knew that Ling Xiao was his grandson-in-law, who knew how many people would come to curry favor with him. Since that's the case, then you can call me grandfather like Xian. In any case, my family's Xian has already decided on you. This old man is deeply gratified to have a grandson-in-law like you, G2 said with great satisfaction. He didn't expect that after being promoted to an elder, Ling Xiao would still be as approachable as before. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and thought to himself, "This child will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future." Then thank you, grandfather, for your help. I will definitely treat Xian wholeheartedly, Ling Xiao replied happily. All right, then let's go in together. Xian has been working hard these days. You can go and see her, G2 said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'll go see her later. I have something to give Grandpa." G2 wondered, could it be that the betrothal gifts are here? That's good as well. Let's give Xian a status so that we can talk in the future. The two came to the hall, and Ling Xiao asked, "Grandpa, you should have reached the peak of Spirit Master, right?" Ling Xiao was now a high-rank Soul Master. Since he could sense that G2's aura was a bit stronger than ordinary high-rank Soul Masters, he guessed that G2 should be at the peak of the Soul Master level. G2 nodded his head and replied, "That's right. I've already reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm. It's a pity that I haven't been able to break through that step." The Spirit Master King level was a huge threshold. If one passed it, they would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. If they couldn't, then they would forever be stuck outside of true experts. G2's Timbin wasn't bad, but he had been in charge of the city lord's position for many years, so he had a lot of trouble to deal with. Moreover, Ji Beixin's leg injury had always been a sore point for him, making it impossible for him to cultivate in peace. Now, he had gradually lost the drive he had in the past. He only wanted to see his granddaughter live happily, so he was satisfied. Ling Xiao took out a small bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to G Tuesday. "Grandpa, this King Rudiment pill is for you. It can increase your chances of breaking through to the King level by 50%. King Rudiment pill? G2 suddenly stood up and exclaimed. The King Rudiment pill was a 4th grade pill, so how could G2 not know its effects? He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be able to refine such a pill, but when he thought about how he could even refine the King Advancement pill, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a pill that was one grade lower. Is this really for me? G2 asked excitedly. He couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. After all, the King Rudiment pill was extremely valuable. If this pill was put up for auction, it was unknown how many people would fight over it. After all, this medicinal pill represented the birth of a king rank expert. Now, that Ling Xiao was actually going to give this King Rudiment pill to him. How could G2 not be excited? Grandpa, I believe you already know my identity. Refining a King Rudiment pill is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Please keep this pill safe and don't be in a hurry to take it. This is not a good place to suddenly take it, Ling Xiao said lightly. Good. Grandpa will listen to you. G2 nodded repeatedly, carefully putting away the pill. He hadn't expected that he would one day have the opportunity to step into the king level, so his heart was filled with excitement. The more he looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied he was. After saying a few more words to G2, Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with G2 and directly went to find Jibeixin. There was a beautiful pavilion in the center of the lotus pond, and a beautiful figure was constantly waving the flexible sword in her hand. Her movements seemed a bit jerky, and her steps were also extremely messy. She looked like a novice who had just started learning martial arts. The beautiful figure stepped onto the pavilion's lattice with one foot, intending to use the rebound force to stab back. Unexpectedly, the beautiful figure didn't control her strength well and jumped too high, causing her foot to fall out of the lattice. Outside the lattice was the lotus pond. The beautiful figure let out a cry of surprise and was about to fall into the lotus pond. At this time, a vigorous figure quickly rushed over from not too far away. The figure continuously tapped on the lotus leaves, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the beautiful figure had fallen. He grabbed the beautiful figure and once again returned to the pavilion, like a dragonfly on the water's surface. Who is it? Let go of me. The woman in his arms struggled and cried out. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and directly kissed the beauty in his arms. At first, the woman was a little panicked and struggled, but when she felt the familiar smell, she calmed down and instead hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, taking the initiative to welcome him. After a long while, the two separated. Excellent, you're so beautiful now, Ling Xiao praised as he looked at the beautiful person in his arms. Wasn't the person in Ling Xiao's arms G2's granddaughter, Jibeixin? Jibeixin's face was flushed red, and her fists kept pounding on Ling Xiao's chest, saying, "You're so bad, you actually laughed at me." Ling Xiao put Jibeixin down and said, "Exine, were you practicing your sword skills just now?" Hearing this, Jibeixin's expression darkened slightly. Laughing, am I so stupid I can't even practice the basic gray level sword skill. Ever since the incident with Lu Dong, Jibeixin had vowed to properly cultivate her profound energy. She wanted to become stronger and not be a burden to Ling Xiao anymore. Unfortunately, although she was already a high-level profound practitioner, she didn't know anything about cultivating profound skills, and it was completely difficult for her to comprehend the main points. As a result, she still couldn't learn a simple sword skill even after 3 months of cultivation. This had something to do with her previous disability, but more importantly, she didn't like to wield her spear. Forcing herself to cultivate wouldn't have any effect at all. Her grandfather had also advised her to change to other whip skills, which might be more suitable for girls to cultivate, but she found that whip skills were even more difficult to master, so she had been reluctantly cultivating sword skills. Cultivation pays attention to tenbin, and it's the same for any profound skill. You don't have any tenbin for these things, so don't touch these sharp weapons in the future. They aren't suitable for you. Ling Xiao explained. Laugh. Am I really so useless? Jibeixin said with a wronged expression. She had painstakingly cultivated for a few months, but was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Ling Xiao. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't blame Ling Xiao, but herself for being useless. Whoever dares to say that my little Xianxia is useless, I'll fight him to the death. Ling Xiao said angrily, then laughed. Actually, you don't have to rely on sharp weapons to protect yourself. There are also many strange cultivation methods that can invisibly take the head injury of others and protect yourself. Ling Xiao scratched Ji Beixin's nose and said, Are there really other cultivation methods? Ji Beixin asked curiously. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Of course. For example, the lion's roar technique only needs to shout, and if it's light, it can cause tinnitus and dizziness. If it's heavy, it can cause one's ears to explode and die. Another example is the soul-absorbing technique, which can bewitch one's mind, causing one to be driven or directly order the opponent to commit suicide. The power is terrifying, and also, Ling Xiao gave several examples in succession, and Ji Beixin couldn't help but feel amazed. Xiao, do you really want such a magical cultivation method? Ji Beixin asked. Of course. Don't you believe me? Ling Xiao replied with certainty. Of course I believe you. Ji Beixin nodded her head heavily. She had blind faith in Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao said that there was a flying cow in the sky, she wouldn't doubt it. The reason she asked this was because she wanted to have the opportunity to cultivate the magical cultivation method Ling Xiao spoke of. This way, she would have the ability to protect herself in the future and wouldn't need to worry Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed lightly, and like magic, a guqin appeared in his hand. This was the wind shadow zither he had gotten from Xianxia. When Ji Beixin saw the wind shadow zither, she was immediately attracted by its elegant appearance. What a beautiful zither! Ji Beixin exclaimed. She had been disabled since she was young, so she usually learned to play the zither to pass the time. Naturally, she had a soft spot for a good zither. Xian, come and play a song for me, Ling Xiao said to Ji Beixin as he placed the zither on the stone platform. He still remembered the first time he saw Ji Beixin. He was moved to tears by her zither music. Later on, whenever he had time to come to the city lord's mansion, he would let Ji Beixin play a song for him to relax. Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes flashed, and she immediately said with a smile, All right, let me try this zither. After saying that, Ji Beixin sat down for a bit. Her beautiful fingertips lightly plucked at the zither, producing a clear and melodious sound. Ji Beixin was overjoyed, and her hands began to move nonstop. For a time, the city lord's mansion was filled with the sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was like the cries of 100 birds, and also like the flowing water of a clear spring, causing people to be instantly enchanted. Ling Xiao, who was beside Ji Beixin, closed his tiger-like eyes and carefully listened to the celestial music that came from the heavens. His mood was refreshed, as if his state of mind had been cleansed in an instant, without the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. At the end of the song, Ling Xiao was still in a daze for a long time. Ji Beixin was happy to see that Ling Xiao liked it, so she also began to play a new song. After playing 3 songs in a row, Ling Xiao was never tired of listening to it. The servants in the mansion all revealed intoxicated expressions, and they were also deeply absorbed by Ji Beixin's zither music. After Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he took out the zither score from Xianxia and said, Ixin, this is a zither score, and it can also be considered a zither skill. As long as you learn it, you don't need to wield a sword or a spear, and you can kill your enemies invisibly. Chapter 280. The sound of the zither can hurt people. Ji Beixin asked with her eyes wide open. Of course, but it still requires a cultivation process. You can't just casually play the zither to hurt people. Ling Xiao nodded. In fact, the reason he was looking for the zither score in the sect was to let Ji Beixin cultivate her zither skills. This was more practical than letting her cultivate other profound skills. As long as Ji Beixin's strength increased, her zither skills could not only confuse the minds of others, but also behead them, making it impossible to guard against. Ling Xiao could already confirm that the energy sealed in Ji Beixin's body was definitely of the wind attribute, and Jibei would definitely be of the wind attribute in the future. In order to let her make better use of the energy earlier, Ling Xiao imparted the chant of the divine wind technique to Jibei. Jibei memory was quite amazing. Ling Xiao only said it 2 or 3 times, and she remembered it all. After learning the chant, Jibei couldn't wait to cultivate it, but Ling Xiao stopped her. "Don't be anxious. Don't we have a better cultivation method?" Ling Xiao said with a smirk. Jibei looked at Ling Xiao's cunning smile and knew what Ling Xiao was going to do. She lowered her head slightly, and her face immediately became as red as the setting sun. Ling Xiao's fingers moved. Without saying anything, he immediately grabbed Jibei and rushed into the room. Ever since the last time he had sex with Jibei, Ling Xiao discovered that there was a powerful energy in Jibei body, and it had a certain relationship with the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness. This time, he not only wanted to have sex with Jibei, he also wanted to feel it again to see if he could find out if the energy in Jibei body was dangerous. If one day the energy seal was undone, the energy that burst out would definitely cause Jibei to explode. For the sake of his woman, Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. While Ling Xiao was moving from shallow to deep and from deep to shallow, the innate Yin wind bead started to move again. A gust of innate Yin wind, evil qi flowed from his body to Jibei body, and from Jibei body back to his body. The cycle continued, and the gust of innate Yin wind, evil qi grew stronger. Jibei had already been enveloped by the movement of happiness. Her delicate body twisted crazily, and she kept moaning loudly. Although Ling Xiao wanted to enjoy all this, he had to multitask. He began to think of a way to understand what was going on with the energy in Jibei body. However, every time Ling Xiao wanted to use his mental senses to understand that massive energy, he seemed to be blocked by layers of obstacles. There was no need for him to understand the inside story. After trying a few times, Ling Xiao gave up on the idea. He only hoped that the energy would belong to Jibei in the future. Otherwise, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The two of them fought for a day and a night before finally settling down. This time, Jibei had actually reached the peak of the mystic realm. She only needed to convert her own element to reach the mystic realm. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the speed of cultivation. Before leaving the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao left the wind shadow zither and the music score to Jibei. At the same time, he told G2 to prepare to hand over the position of city lord. This was because Ling Xiao hoped that G2 could use his king-entering pill to break through in the sect. Now, with his relationship with Ling Xiao, it would be a piece of cake for G2 to enter the sect to cultivate. Moreover, Muhuai loved Ling Xiao very much. G2's position as an inner-sect deacon was even arranged by Muhuai. G2 agreed to Ling Xiao's suggestion without a second thought. He already had a chance to break through to the monarch realm, so why would he be reluctant to leave this worldly power? After settling everything, Ling Xiao rushed back to the sect. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to spare. He immediately entered his alchemy room to refine the spirit-breaking pill for Bing Ruoshui, Yu Yanlai, and the others. Refining the spirit-breaking pill didn't take long for Ling Xiao. But just as he finished, when Kitty of the Jade Spring Pavilion once again came to his cultivation courtyard. This time, she hadn't come alone. Her mother, Wen Haiyan, had come with her. When he saw Wen Haiyan, Ling Xiao was a bit surprised. Although he was now an elder, there was still a gap between him and the peak lord of the 9 peaks. Fortunately, he was a 4th-rank alchemist. With this noble status, he wasn't necessarily inferior to Wen Haiyan. Ling Xiao greets Elder One. I didn't know that Elder One would come. It's my fault for not coming out to greet you. Ling Xiao was unusually polite. He and Wen Haiyan were somewhat familiar with each other and knew that this beautiful woman had a good personality. He was also willing to address her as a junior to show his respect. Wen Haiyan was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's appropriate gesture and immediately said politely, "Elder Ling." "No, I should call you Grandmaster Ling. You and I are from the same sect, and you're senior brother Mu's disciple, so you should call me Martial Uncle." Ling Xiao hurriedly called her Martial Uncle once again, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Martial Uncle, don't call me Grandmaster Ling, just call me by my name." When Haiyan smiled and said, "Haha, good, I won't say any more polite words. I heard from Kitty that you can help our Jade Spring Pavilion refine King Entering Pills, or King Advancement Pills first. So I came here today to deliver spirit grasses." Wen Haiyan didn't wait for Ling Xiao to speak before her space ring flashed, and a large pile of spirit grasses appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Wen Haiyan to act so quickly. Even there with Flag, Peak couldn't gather so many spirit grasses at this speed. Wen Haiyan continued, "These spirit grasses are the collection of our Jade Spring Pavilion for many years. Xiao, you must refine a few good pills for our Jade Spring Pavilion. The extra spirit grasses will be given to Xiao. In any case, they are useless to our Jade Spring Pavilion." Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be polite with Wen Haiyan. After all, he still needed these spirit grasses to refine King Entering Pills for Xianxia. "Rest assured, Martial Uncle, Ling Xiao will naturally do his best to refine the pills for Martial Uncle," Ling Xiao replied as he put away the spirit grasses. "Then I'll have to trouble you. If you need anything from our Jade Spring Pavilion in the future, just let me know," Wen Haiyan replied happily. On the day the pills were refined, their Jade Spring Pavilion strength would definitely soar. What if she wasn't happy? Ling Xiao and Wen Haiyan exchanged a few more polite words before he remembered that he had refined the spirit-breaking pill. He took it out and handed it to Wen Qidi, who had been staring at him without saying a word. "Junior sister, this is the spirit-breaking pill you wanted." Wen Qidi didn't know what she was thinking. Even though Ling Xiao had called out to her, she was still in a daze and didn't take the pill from Ling Xiao. When Haiyan, who was standing to the side, shouted, "Dai, your senior brother is giving you a pill. Hurry up and take it." Wen Qidi seemed to have woken up from a dream, and her face flushed red. She thanked Ling Xiao and took the pill. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that this girl has really fallen in love with this young master? At this time, when Haiyan said, "Qidi, you leave first. I have a few words to say to your senior brother." When Qidi hesitated for a moment, she glanced at Ling Xiao and quickly walked out of the hall. However, she didn't go far. She just hid at the door and eavesdropped. Her small actions naturally couldn't satisfy Wen Haiyan and Ling Xiao. Wen Haiyan didn't expose her, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't point it out. "Martial Uncle, what can I do for you?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's not a big deal. I just hope that you can take care of Qidi during the sect oath assembly. Try your best not to let her get hurt. How about this? Martial Uncle owes you a favor." When Haiyan said, Ling Xiao didn't even think before agreeing. "As a senior brother, I will naturally take good care of junior sister." When Qidi was only a high-level mystic disciple, even if she had the spirit-breaking pill and broke through to a low-level spirit master, her strength wouldn't be too stable. Ling Xiao was already a high-level spirit master. With Wen Haiyan's suggestion, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't think too much about it. "That's good." When Haiyan thought for a moment and then said, Xiao, what do you think of my family's Qidi?" Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they want to force her into marriage? Although Ling Xiao thought this, he naturally didn't dare to say it. He said with a straight face, "Junior sister Qidi is gentle and charming. Her beauty is unparalleled. Of course, she is a little beauty that everyone loves." Although Ling Xiao's words were praising Wen Qidi, he specially emphasized the word little. This also indicated that he had no interest in this kind of brat. Wen Qidi's beauty didn't lose out to Yu Laiyin or Bing Ruoshui, but her personality was still a bit mischievous. Ling Xiao had always been more interested in mature women. It wasn't that he didn't like young beauties like Wen Qidi, it was that he didn't want to accept her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to get past Yin Mingqi. One had to know that he already had a few women behind his back. If he got too many lovers, it would be disastrous. Wen Qidi, who was outside the door, didn't understand Ling Xiao's meaning. She was extremely pleased with herself as she thought, "Humph, at least your eyes aren't blind. You know that this lady's beauty is unparalleled." Wen Haiyan didn't think too much about it. She thought that Ling Xiao also had a good impression of her daughter. She then said, Xiao Xiao, what you said is right. But Qidi is very popular in the sect among the senior brothers. There are already many people who have proposed marriage to me. When Haiyan said this, she had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's expression the entire time. Ling Xiao ignored Wen Haiyan's gaze and happily replied, Then I can congratulate martial uncle. For a beauty like junior sister, there must be a senior brother with outstanding appearance and ability to be worthy of junior sister. Ling Xiao's words were extremely sincere, without the slightest bit of pretense. When Qidi, who was outside the door, lightly stomped her feet and muttered, What a piece of wood! When Haiyan followed up, I also think that what you said is right. There aren't many youths in the sect who have outstanding character and appearance. Ling Xiao didn't know what Haiyan meant, but he continued, Maybe martial uncle's standards are too high. Everyone in our peaks is a genius. There are many geniuses, but there is only one who can enter martial uncle's eyes. When Haiyan said as she stared at Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Could it be? He didn't dare to think any further. Outside the door, when Qidi's heart was beating even faster, Ling Xiao acted like a fool and said, Then I must congratulate martial uncle in advance. When the time comes, I must prepare a generous gift for junior sister. Actually, you also know this person. Moreover, you are very familiar with him. When Haiyan saw that Ling Xiao couldn't understand and was ready to say it out loud. Ling Xiao could only answer, I wonder which senior brother it is. I want to marry Qidi to you, Xiao Xiao. What do you think? When Haiyan said seriously. Chapter 281. Hearing Wen Haiyan's words, Ling Xiao's Ho Xiao seemed to be stuck by a thorn and couldn't say anything. When Qidi, who was outside the door, clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. Actually, before she came to Ling Xiao's place, her mother had already mentioned this to her. Ling Xiao was only 20 years old, and not only was he a high-stage spirit master, he was also a fourth-rank alchemist. Looking at the entire sect, aside from Yun Mingqi, who else could compare to a monstrous Tenbin like Ling Xiao? More importantly, Ling Xiao's character was also quite good. Wen Haiyan saw Ling Xiao's future, so she used her daughter to take a look. Ever since she saw Ling Xiao become a fourth-rank alchemist, she had always regretted not fighting for Ling Xiao like Mu Huai. Now she could only watch as Ling Xiao became the youngest elder in the sect. There was no medicine for regret in this world, but it could be mended after the sheep were lost. Wen Haiyan could see that her daughter was interested in Ling Xiao, so she wanted to go with the flow and marry her daughter to Ling Xiao. Then Ling Xiao would become her son-in-law, and if she, as his mother-in-law, wanted to refine pills in the future, would Ling Xiao be able to refuse? Wen Haiyan's wishful thinking was naturally because she had confidence in her daughter's beauty. Although when Qidi was a bit mischievous, she was still a famous beauty in the sect. She didn't believe that when she, the Peak Lord, personally proposed it, Ling Xiao would be able to refuse. How is it? Is Xiao Xiao dissatisfied with Qidi? When Haiyan faintly asked, Martial Aunt is too serious. This junior was just shocked by Martial Aunt's words. How could this junior be appreciated by Martial Aunt and junior sister? Ling Xiao replied with a bit of panic. Although he felt that his character wasn't bad, he didn't think that when Haiyan would bring it up so directly, so he didn't know how to respond. He didn't have any feelings for Wen Qidi, but he couldn't reject her directly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as hurting Wen Qidi's heart. He would also sweep Wen Haiyan's face. He's a Peak Lord, and yet he's willing to lower himself to be the matchmaker to marry his daughter to you. That's your good fortune. Although Ling Xiao was a grade 4 alchemist, he could not disrespect his elders and ignore Wen Haiyan's identity. In terms of strength, you're also one of the best in the sect. In terms of status, no one in the younger generation can compare to you. But Kudai is my daughter. Allowing her to marry you is not a disgrace to your status. If you think it's appropriate, I'll mention this to Senior Brother Mu. I believe he'll be happy to see you and Kudai together, said Wen Haiyan confidently. She looked like she was trying to force him to buy and sell. This matter was related to her daughter's happiness, so she had to be a bit stronger. She could not allow her daughter to be hurt in the slightest. "Martial uncle, I'm afraid this is inappropriate," Ling Xiao said awkwardly. "Are you looking down on my family's Kadai?" When Haiyan's expression turned slightly cold. One Kadai, who was outside the door, bit her jade lips. Her expression was extremely resentful. She shouted towards the hall, "Ling Xiao, I hate you." After shouting, she immediately turned around and ran away, leaving behind a string of sparkling and translucent tears. Wen Haiyan suddenly stood up and wanted to get angry at Ling Xiao. But for the future of the Jade Spring Pavilion, she could only endure it. She coldly said, "I ask Elder Ling to remember to refine pills for our Jade Spring Pavilion. Also, just pretend I didn't say anything." After speaking, when Haiyan flicked her sleeves and was about to leave. This time, Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped Wen Haiyan and said, "Martial uncle, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I've already proposed to senior sister Yin. If I agree to martial uncle, then I, Ling Xiao, will become a fickle villain." When Haiyan stopped in her tracks, she knew that Ling Xiao had indeed proposed to the sect master's daughter, Yin Mengqi, during the conferring ceremony. When Haiyan immediately changed her attitude towards Ling Xiao, she lightly smiled and said, "So that's what you're worried about. Actually, you don't have to worry at all. You still need some time to catch up with that child Mengqi. You can first date Kadai. It's normal for a capable man to have multiple wives. If you really manage to catch up with that child Mengqi, I don't mind letting Kadai be your concubine." Hearing Wen Haiyan say this, Ling Xiao was embarrassed to directly refuse. But he also thought about it. He would let Wen Kadai follow him for now. When she gets tired of him, he believed that she wouldn't pester him anymore. After Ling Xiao tactfully said a few words, Wen Haiyan was very satisfied and left. After Ling Xiao watched Wen Haiyan leave, he helplessly sighed and said, "Being handsome is also a sin." In the next few days, Ling Xiao spent his time in the alchemy room. During this time, he also came out and had people send out Yu Lai Yin, Bing Ruoshui, and Shi Tianho's spirit-breaking pills. He also had people send out Yu Songjiang's king entering pills. As for the king entering pills and king advancing pills from the Jade Sea Pavilion, one Kudai came to collect them. When he saw one Kudai again, there was only love in her eyes for Ling Xiao, but not the slightest bit of hatred. Ling Xiao didn't know what Wen Haiyan had said to Wen Kudai. In any case, he didn't want his relationship with the Jade Spring Pavilion to become stiff. After all, they were from the same sect. In the next few days, elders from the other peaks came over with spirit grasses to ask Ling Xiao to refine pills. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. In order to refine a pill, he needed to collect 2 portions of spirit grasses. On the surface, it was to prevent the pill from being damaged, but in fact, he wanted to keep the extra portion of spirit grasses in his bag. In addition, he also needed to collect some spirit grasses that he needed as a reward. On the surface, Ling Xiao was too greedy, but in fact, other alchemists knew that Ling Xiao was doing this to benefit others. After all, king advancing pills were not something that every 4th-grade alchemist could refine. In the vast Northwest, king advancing pills were top-notch pills that were hard to find even with 10,000 crystals. No matter how high the price was, it was still a precious item that had a price but no market. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao required 5 sets of the same type of spiritual herbs to refine a single king advancement pill, no one dared to say anything. After all, not every alchemist had such a high success rate like Ling Xiao. Moreover, the appearance of every single king advancement pill represented a great leap in the strength of a king stage alchemist, and it could reduce the amount of cultivation effort of a dozen or even a few dozen years. This kind of top-notch pill, who wouldn't be envious of it? Therefore, it could be said that Ling Xiao deserved to collect a portion of the spirit grasses from it. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had stayed in the alchemy room for half a month. Outside the Purple Sky sect, preparations for the sect competition were in full swing. The sect competition of the Purple Sky sect was usually held once every 3 years, and there were 3 levels of competition. The first level was a competition between outer sect disciples, and the top 10 disciples would have the opportunity to enter the ranks of inner sect disciples. This was also to encourage those disciples who weren't too outstanding in Tenbin to cultivate hard, and let them believe that as long as they cultivated hard, there would be a day when they would become outstanding. The second level was a competition between inner sect disciples to compare the potential strength of the disciples of the various peaks, and also to compare the strength of the various peaks in the future. Finally, the final ranking of all the inner sect disciples would be determined, and the sect would then give out generous rewards, such as profound tools, pills, profound skills. The third level was the real highlight, and that was the competition between successor disciples. The number of successor disciples represented the comparison of the backbone strength of the various peaks, and the final ranking of the successor disciples also represented the glory of the various peaks. And every successor disciple also represented the true strength of the sect in the future. So it was said that the competition between successor disciples was the highlight of the sect competition. This time, in addition to knowing the strength of the various peaks, the Purple Sky sect also had to choose the strongest strength of the sect to represent the Purple Sky sect to participate in the sect oath-taking assembly held by the various sects in the Northwest. Therefore, the significance of the sect competition this time was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao only had the identity of a successor disciple, it was indeed necessary for him to represent the Wood Flag Peak, but he was now an elder. How could he bully the young? Even if Ling Xiao obtained a good ranking in the end, he would also lose a bad reputation. For this reason, Mu Huai specially summoned Ling Xiao over. "Master, you're looking for me?" Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with Mu Huai, and as soon as he entered, he immediately asked. Mu Huai's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Xiao, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you." "Go ahead, master," Ling Xiao replied. "It's about the sect competition," Mu Huai said, paused for a moment, and then said, "Our Wood Flag Peak is all wood attribute, and wood attribute attacks are slightly weaker than other attribute attacks. So in the previous sect competitions, our Wood Flag Peak has never been able to gain an advantage. Originally, you could represent our Wood Flag Peak in this sect competition, and with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 5 of the successor disciples. But your current identity is rather special. So what should I do?" Mu Huai was a person who cared about his face. Over the years, under his leadership, Wood Flag Peak's overall strength had risen a lot, but unfortunately, there was still a difference in the attack power of different attributes. So Wood Flag Peak's ranking in every sect competition was not very ideal. He had always wanted to change this situation, but he had never been able to. Right now, his most proud disciple, Ling Xiao, thought that their Wood Flag Peak had gained some face, but unfortunately, because of his identity, he could not participate in the competition, which was a reason why he was distressed. Looking at Mu Huai's distressed expression, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Master, this fame and fortune is just a passing cloud. Why do you need to be so attached to it?" Mu Huai replied unhappily, "What do you know? As the saying goes, Buddha fights for a stick of incense, and people fight for their face. Your master, I have suffered so much from those old fellows over the years, and it's not easy for me to have a chance to suppress those old fellows. But now, it's my turn to become a laughingstock." Now, Ling Xiao finally understood why Yu Lai Yin, Bing Ruoshui, and the others had come to ask for the Spirit Break Pill. They all wanted to fight for a good ranking in the sect competition so that they could represent their sect in the sect oath assembly. Mu Huai called out to Ling Xiao, "Boy, say something. Help me think of a way." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Master, why are you so anxious? Have you forgotten who I am? As long as we have enough spirit herbs, it won't be a problem for me to raise the strength of our Wood Flag Peak's disciples." Mu Huai slapped his forehead and let out a strange cry. "Oh, how could I forget about that? That's right, Xiao. Immediately refine a batch of Spirit Break Pills for our Wood Flag Peak's disciples so that they can raise their strength. At that time, I want to see who can be our Wood Flag Peak's opponent." Ling Xiao thought to himself that his master had gone crazy from wanting to show his face. Didn't he know that using medicinal pills to raise one's strength would cause a martial artist's foundation to fluctuate, which would definitely hinder their future cultivation? Chapter 282. In the end, under Ling Zhao's persuasion, Mu Huai gave up on the idea of letting the inner sect disciples take pills to improve themselves. He also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, and he could not make their future more difficult for the sake of some immediate benefits. Of course, Ling Xiao still decided to refine a spirit-breaking pill for each of the true disciples at the foot of Wood Flag Peak. After all, they had reached the Spirit Master stage, and their foundations had stabilized quite a bit. Occasionally taking 1 or 2 pills to improve themselves wouldn't have too much of an impact, but if they wanted to improve again in the future, they just had to purify their energy a few more times. Mu Huai was overjoyed when he heard Ling Zhao's suggestion, and he immediately praised, "Xiao, the face of our Wood Flag Peak still depends on you." Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Master, I can't just rely on me. You have to give me spirit grasses and beast cores for it to be useful. Otherwise, how can I refine pills for my fellow brothers and sisters?" All right. You do the work, and I'll provide the spirit grasses. Our Wood Flag Peak must shine." Mu Huai happily patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. He then took out something from his space ring and handed it to Ling Xiao, saying, "This soft armor is Master's reward for you." Ling Xiao took the soft armor and saw that it was exuding a bright green light. It was very soft and comfortable to the touch. At a glance, it was definitely not an ordinary item. At the very least, it was a high-grade third-stage defensive profound artifact. This level of defensive armor could withstand the attack of a high-ranked spirit master. This was naturally a rare and good thing for others, but Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique to the 3rd form. He could even withstand the full-force attack of a low-ranked king-stage martial artist, so this soft armor could be used as well. However, Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with Mu Huai and put away the soft armor. He had no use for it himself, but it was a good gift for Ji Beixin. Ling Xiao thought about it. It had been a long time since he had used a weapon. After all, the current him could already use spirit energy to make the strongest attack. Furthermore, his speed was unparalleled among those of the same level. Even without a weapon, he could still kill anyone of the same level in an instant. There were a few profound artifacts in his space ring: the blazing flame sword, the black iron rod, and a metal attribute sword that he had Li Yong refine for him before leaving Meteor City. These 3 were all low-rank profound artifacts and were not directly proportional to his strength. There was also a 3rd-order blood-devouring demon saber that could keep up with his strength, but it was of the dark attribute, which was incompatible with his attribute, so he had never used it. The only thing he could take out now was his medicine cauldron. The obsidian cauldron was a divine artifact, a treasure that was rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Ling Xiao did not dare to take out and use such a weapon. If he met someone who recognized it, he was afraid that he would be killed. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he still had to prepare a handy weapon in case he needed it in the future. However, at this moment, Mu Huai took out another item and placed it in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "The soft armor just now was Master's reward for your alchemy efforts, and this green vein sword is for you. It will give you some protection during the sect Oath Assembly, so that you don't lose face for our Purple Sky sect." Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. This was a long sword that was also glowing with a brilliant green color. The sword's blade was carved with mysterious spirit patterns, and a pure spirit energy constantly flashed. This was obviously of a higher grade than the soft armor just now. "Master, this should be a 4th-rank profound artifact, right?" Ling Xiao did not take it, but asked with a little surprise. A trace of admiration flashed in Mu Huai's eyes, and he said, "Yes, this is a 4th-rank profound artifact, and it is also a weapon that has accompanied Master for most of his life. Now that I give it to you, you must cherish it well. Do not forget its name." Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this was his master's personal profound artifact. No wonder it was so extraordinary. "Master, you should take back this green vein sword. It's too precious, and it's not very useful to me," Ling Xiao refused. When Mu Huai heard this, his face showed slight dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao explained, "Master, you should know that I cultivate multiple attributes at the same time. The green vein sword is a wood attribute profound artifact, so it can only unleash wood attribute attacks. This is somewhat limited for me." After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, Mu Huai pondered for a moment and did not force it. It's not easy to use a weapon that can unleash multiple attributes. Mu Huai shook his head lightly and sighed, then said, "You should go back first. After 5 days, go to the martial arts practice field to watch the competition between the true disciples. Although you can't go on stage, it will be good for you to experience more." Ling Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and turned his head to ask, "Master, has Deacon G2's matter not been settled yet?" Half a month ago, Ling Xiao had told his master, Mu Huai, to tell the sect to let someone take over G2's position as city lord and let G2 go to Wooden Flag Peak to prepare to break through to the king stage. Mu Huai replied, "It's done. I believe he should arrive in 2 days." "That's good. After he enters the peak, have someone inform me," Ling Xiao said, then left Wooden Flag Peak and returned to the quiet cultivation courtyard. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Mu Huai said, 2 days ago, G2 and Jibeixin came to Wooden Flag Peak together. Ling Xiao was quickly notified and immediately rushed over. G2 didn't dare to call Ling Xiao Little Xiao in front of Mu Huai. Instead, he very politely called him Elder Ling. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Grandpa Ji, I already said that I can't call him that in the future. Isn't that an insult to me?" Ling Xiao said this in front of Mu Huai to let him know the relationship between him, G2, and Jibeixin, so that Mu Huai could take care of G2 and his grandson a little more. Mu Huai was very experienced. After hearing this, he glanced at Jibeixin and immediately understood Ling Xiao's meaning. He immediately pinched his beard and said with a smile, "Deacon Ji, I've already arranged a residence for you. From now on, you can cultivate at my Wooden Flag Peak in peace." In fact, Mu Huai had long known about G2's day. After all, he once had an outstanding disciple who was G2's son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry when Lu Dong bullied G2 and his grandson. G2 thanks the Peak Lord for his kindness. G2 quickly thanked him. "By the way, Master, please arrange a cultivation room for Grandpa G to break through to the king level. I believe that before the sect competition, there will be one more elder at the foot of the peak," Ling Xiao said to Mu Huai. Mu Huai quickly glanced at G2's day. He found that G2 was indeed at the peak of the Spirit Master realm, but he hadn't stepped into the half-step king level. It wasn't that easy to break through to the king level. Generally speaking, most people would first take half a step into the king level and reach the half-step king level. Then, as their comprehension of spiritual power deepened, they would smoothly break through to the king level. There were also an extremely small number of people who could directly reach the king level from the peak of the Spirit Master realm, but there weren't many people who could do this. G2 didn't dare to hide anything from Mu Huai and immediately explained, "These are all king entering pills that Little Xiao gave me. That's why I dare to try and see if I could break through to the king level." "Haha, good. I'll immediately have someone arrange a closed place with abundant spiritual energy for you to smoothly break through. In this way, my Wooden Flag Peak will have another great general." Mu Huai laughed heartily. After laughing, he didn't forget to glare at Ling Xiao, as if to say, "Why didn't you report to me that you could refine king entering pills?" Ling Xiao smiled and left with Jibeixin. After wandering around Wooden Flag Peak with Jibeixin for a day, Ling Xiao sent her back to the residence that Mu Huai had arranged for her. Although he really wanted to take Jibeixin back to his meditation courtyard to have some fun, he didn't have the guts to do so right now. If he dared to so brazenly fool around with Jibeixin, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, the sect grand competition began. At first, it was a competition between the outer disciples. This kind of competition didn't need to alarm the elders. It was all arranged by the inner sect deacons to watch the battles. In the end, the 10 disciples with extraordinary combat strength will be divided up by the various sections. When it came to the inner disciples competition, it was necessary for the peak lord and the elders of each peak to watch the battles. After all, this matter concerned the future strength of each peak, and at the same time, they could also see how the combat strength of their own peak's disciples was. Ling Xiao didn't show up during the competition between the outer and inner disciples. In any case, he had no interest in those small matters. After he finished refining all the pills that he needed to refine, he went to the book collection pavilion to read. Ling Xiao had always pursued the cultivation method of combining work and rest, and using battle to nurture battle. Ever since he returned from Spirit Gathering Peak, he had been refining pills. He had to adjust his mentality, not to mention that the last time he read in the book collection pavilion could be said to have gained a lot. Ling Xiao spent 3 days in the book collection pavilion, and the competition between the inner disciples was about to end. Tomorrow was the competition between the direct disciples, and Ling Xiao had to go see the true level of the younger generation in the Purple Sky sect. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he felt that he should be at the top of the younger generation. But who knew if there were any monsters hidden in the sect? The direct disciples were all above the Spirit Master level, so Ling Xiao had to carefully observe them. This would also be of great benefit to his own cultivation. Taking advantage of the little time left, Ling Xiao went to the weapon collection pavilion. Previously, Ling Xiao didn't accept the green rune sword that Mu Huai gave him, so he could only go to the weapon collection pavilion to get one. He already had the status of an elder, so he was qualified to go to the weapon collection pavilion to choose a profound level weapon that belonged to him. Looking at the dazzling array of profound level weapons in the weapon collection pavilion, Ling Xiao was a little dazzled. He thought to himself, as expected of a sect, they actually collected all profound level weapons of the 3rd rank and above. In Meteorite City, every profound level weapon was treated as a family treasure by the various families, but in the Purple Sky sect, it was like an ordinary weapon that could be seen everywhere. Ling Xiao walked around in a big circle. Although there were a lot of profound level weapons here, there was no weapon that he could use. He cultivated multiple attributes at the same time, but the strongest attack power was undoubtedly the fire and ice attributes. After all, he had high-level profound skills for these 2 attributes, which could unleash the strongest attack power. Of course, there were weapons with both ice and fire attributes in the weapon collection pavilion, but there were no weapons with both attributes in one, which made Ling Xiao very disappointed. The old man guarding the weapon collection pavilion saw that Ling Xiao did not choose a profound level weapon in the end, and asked curiously, "Little guy, there's so many profound level weapons, but none of them caught your eye." Ling Xiao shook his head with slight regret and said, "The weapons here are all good, but they are a little different from my attributes." "Oh, could it be that you have a rare attribute?" the old man asked with interest. Chapter 283. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No. Then there are Xian artifacts of all 5 elements here. Why don't you take a fancy to them? Do you want a higher level Xian artifact? Aren't you being too greedy? The old man smiled inexplicably. All the Xian artifacts that were stored in the artifact pavilion were the best in the sect, but the young elder in front of him actually didn't like any of them. That was why he guessed that Ling Xiao had a rare attribute. After all, rare attribute weapons were also rare. However, Ling Xiao's answer made the old man puzzled. Therefore, he knew that Ling Xiao's eyes were too high. I cultivate multiple attributes at the same time. I want to find an ice and fire attribute sword, Ling Xiao explained. Previously, he used the sword and blade separately in Meteor City, but now he didn't want to do so. He needed a Xian artifact with both ice and fire attributes. This way, he would be able to display the power he wanted. Otherwise, he would rather not use a Xian artifact for the time being. The old man was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "No wonder. There aren't many dual attribute weapons in the sect, and the refining peak rarely refines dual attribute weapons. However, you're looking for an ice and fire attribute sword. This old man just happens to have one. I don't know if it suits you." With that, the old man's spatial ring flashed and a sword appeared in his hand. As soon as this sword appeared, it immediately attracted Ling Xiao's attention. This sword was actually a double-sided sword. One side was as sharp as a sword, while the other side was as blunt as a broadsword. It was as if the sword and saber had been fused together. There were strange patterns on the sword's body, making it look very mysterious and simple. The only pity was that the position of the beast core on the sword hilt was empty. It was obvious that it had been dug out by someone. Without the support of the beast core, the sword did not emit any spiritual energy. Moreover, the sword seemed to have not been used for a long time or had been worn down by many years. At first glance, it looked like a broken sword that had one foot in the grave. Apart from its strange appearance, it was difficult to arouse the interest of others. The reason why Ling Xiao paid attention to it was because from its appearance, it was too suitable for the sword he needed. At this time, the old man said, "This sword was obtained when I was young. I thought that I could use it with a beast core, but no matter what I did, I couldn't. I wanted to refine it, but I was afraid that it would ruin the original strange beauty, so I kept it until now." Don't underestimate this sword. Although it doesn't have a beast core embedded in it, it can still unleash ice and fire attribute attacks. Furthermore, its power is not any weaker than an ordinary high-grade third-stage profound artifact. If it can be embedded with a suitable beast core, it will definitely be an extraordinary sword. Ling Xiao did not expect this sword to be so. Even without a beast core, it could still unleash an attribute attack. This was something that was not ordinary. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel tempted. "Elder, can you give this sword to me?" Ling Xiao asked. The old man didn't even think before saying, "I don't have any use for this sword. Since it's suitable, you can take it. Anyway, I can't find its spirit. It's better to let it have a new master. I hope that in the future, you can find a beast core that suits it and see what level of profound artifact this is." Ling Xiao did not expect the old man to be so generous. For a moment, he was embarrassed to say, "As the saying goes, you don't get paid for nothing. This isn't too good. If I tell you to take it, then take it. I'm already half a step into heaven, so it's useless to keep it. Why not give it to you?" The old man said indifferently. At the same time, he stuffed the sword into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao had just taken it when the spiritual energy in his body began to flow unconsciously. Whoosh! A ray of half-red and half-white light instantly bloomed, illuminating the entire weapon depository. However, this scene only lasted for a moment, and the sword returned to its original lifeless appearance. The old man's eyes shone brightly. "It seems that this sword has recognized you as its master. This is truly the will of the heavens." At this moment, Ling Xiao held the sword in his hand and suddenly felt a sense of connection. He was puzzled. Could it be that this sword was originally a spirit weapon? "Good boy, I've picked up a treasure this time." Ling Xiao came back to his senses and saw that the old man was already leaning on the armchair with his eyes closed. He bowed slightly to him and left the artifact pavilion excitedly. When Ling Xiao walked far away, the old man opened his eyes again and muttered, "It seems that the sword really has a background. It's a pity that it's not fated with me." The sun rose, and the sky was filled with red clouds. In the Purple Sky Sect's 1,000-man martial arts arena, it was filled with a somber atmosphere. The sect master and the elders of the various peaks took their seats one after another. There were 5 large arenas in the field, and the true disciples of the surrounding peaks were all in their positions. In addition, there were also the inner disciples of the various peaks who were excitedly waiting for the start of the competition. After the sect master personally swore a few words, all the true disciples immediately went forward to draw lots to decide their opponents. There were a total of more than 70 true disciples in the sect, and each true disciple was an outstanding talent of their respective peaks. They were the pillars of the future, and the competition between them would definitely be a fierce battle. Moreover, in this competition, they would also decide the candidates who could truly represent the sect to participate in the sect oath assembly. Therefore, every true disciple had long since had a look of grinding their fists and feet. Ling Xiao and Mu In sat on the side of the viewing platform, looking like cranes in a flock of chickens, making it impossible for people not to notice them. Among the group of old men, only his face was full of vitality and sunshine. The inner sect disciples and true disciples below all looked at him with admiration. He was already an elder at such a young age. Apart from the sect master's daughter, there didn't seem to be any youngsters who could compare to him. Ling Xiao felt a bit proud of the admiring gazes, but he wouldn't be too arrogant and conceited. His goal wasn't as simple as just being an elder. Xiao, you have to pay attention later. Although you can't represent our wood flag peak, gaining some experience is not a bad thing, Muin reminded him from the side. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, Xiaoer understands. After replying, he changed the topic to Senior Chun should be able to gain face for our wood flag peak. The Senior Chun he was talking about was Chun Wenyu, who he had met in the Spirit Gathering Tower. Chun Wenyu was already a high-level spirit master and was considered to be at the peak of the true disciples. That was why Ling Xiao said this. Chun Wenyu was Mu Un's most favored disciple, and after hearing Ling Xiao's praise, he couldn't help but grin and say, compared to you, that kid is far inferior. While Ling Xiao and Mu In were chatting in low voices, the competition on the stage had already begun. The experts of the sect's younger generation were indeed not just for show. Colorful and breathtaking Xian skills exploded in the sky above the martial arts practice field. Every true disciple here was a spirit master, and many of them had already tamed spirit beasts. It was just that they normally didn't show it. Now, for their personal glory and the face of their peak, they all commanded their spirit beasts to appear. This time, Ling Xiao's horizons were broadened. He thought that he was the only one with a protective spirit beast, but he didn't expect that almost all of the true disciples present had a protective spirit beast. Moreover, the grade of each spirit beast was not lower than 3rd rank. As a result, the competition on the stage was between humans and spirit beasts. Ling Xiao secretly thought that this kind of competition was more satisfying, and he even wanted to rush down and compete. After watching for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly saw Yu Laiyan appear on the stage. She was wearing bright, colored satin and instantly attracted the attention of most of the animals. Right now, her strength was already that of an intermediate spirit master. This was all thanks to the effects of the spirit-breaking pill that Ling Xiao had refined for her. She smiled sweetly at Ling Xiao before jumping onto the stage. Her opponent was a direct disciple at the bottom of the Black Crag Peak. He was a rank 3 low-rank true disciple. He also had a low-rank 3 earth-eyed wolf as his spirit beast. Junior sister, if you don't have a spirit beast, then you should just admit defeat. The Black Rock Peak disciple smiled at Yu Laiyan, and his eyes were filled with lust. A girl like Yu Laiyan, who had a beautiful face and a hot body, was very popular with men no matter where she went. Senior brother, you're a man. Can't you let me win? Yu Laiyan smiled charmingly. Her smile was like a spring breeze, and the Black Rock Peak disciple was immediately captivated. The Black Rock Peak disciple was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became infatuated as he stupidly said, "Of course, junior sister, I'll do whatever you say." Yu Laiyan walked towards the Black Rock Peak disciple with graceful steps. She seemed to ignore the coyote wolf beside the disciple. As expected, the Black Rock Peak disciple was thrown off the stage by Yu Laiyan without any resistance. The disciple didn't even know how he got off the stage until the moment he lost. Just like that, the disciples at the side of the field roared with laughter. This girl isn't simple. She's actually cultivated the charm technique, but it's a pity that she hasn't mastered it yet. Otherwise, she could have made that kid admit defeat. Muin praised. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't reply. He knew how powerful Yu Lian's charm technique was, and those who weren't strong enough would find it hard to resist her charm. The competition continued like fire, and each peak had its share of victories and defeats. The Wood Flag Peak disciples who weren't favored all passed the first round, and only one of the 8 true disciples was eliminated. Mu Huai, who was sitting in the audience, was very pleased. He knew that if it weren't for the spirit-breaking pill that Ling Xiao had provided, it would be good if Wood Flag Peak could leave 3 disciples to enter the second round. At the start of the second round, Ling Xiao noticed that Bing Ruoshui had appeared on one of the stages. She seemed to be Yu Lian's natural enemy. Yu Lian was always dressed in delicate and beautiful clothes, while she was always dressed in snow-white gauze. From afar, she looked like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world and always looked pleasing to the eyes. Unfortunately, the disciples at the side all knew that this was a thorny rose that was hard to pluck. Bing Ruoshui's appearance was very short, and she only used 2 moves to blast her opponent off the stage. This really shocked the surrounding disciples, and even the elders on the viewing platform looked at her in a different light. They were all secretly exclaiming, as expected of the sect master's direct disciple, "Her strength is indeed extraordinary." Ling Xiao was not surprised by this. When he first entered the sect, he had experienced Bing Ruoshui's extraordinary sword skills. Chapter 284. As the competition neared its end, the disciples of each peak were all strong. Among them, the disciples of Golden Tree Peak and Scarlet Flame Peak were the most outstanding, while the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak were barely on par with them. The rest of the peaks were slightly weaker. Not long after the third round began, Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui were drawn into the same group. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice. This is going to be a good show. Although he knew that these 2 beauties had always been interested in him, and he had always kept a distance from them, Ling Xiao didn't mind watching their real battle. After all, a battle between beauties was pleasing to the eye. The 2 girls jumped onto the stage together, attracting the attention of all the wolf children. If it weren't for the fact that there were elders sitting on the viewing platform, they would have cried out in surprise. Who do you think will win, Junior Lian or Junior Ruoshui? I think Junior Ruoshui has a higher chance of winning. Judging from her terrifying sword technique just now, it shouldn't be of a low level. That's true, but Junior Lian hasn't really fought yet, so she must have something up her sleeve. Who cares who wins? If I can dual cultivate with one of them, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. That's the right thing to do. The disciples below didn't dare to make a ruckus and could only discuss quietly. On the stage, the 2 girls weren't in a hurry to fight. They just stared at each other, as if waiting for the moment the other revealed a flaw before choosing to attack. Unexpectedly, Yu Lian suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "Junior Bing, how about I fight with you?" Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui took advantage of Yu Lian's words to thrust her frost sword towards her face. Her attack was so fast and swift that the surrounding disciples couldn't help but exclaim, as if they were afraid to see the moment Yu Lian's delicate face was pierced. Yu Lian wasn't easy to deal with. She leaned back slightly and quickly kicked Bing Ruoshui's wrist. Bing Ruoshui's sword changed directions, dodging Yu Lian's kick and sweeping down again. Yu Lian took advantage of the moment that Bing Ruoshui dodged to retreat. At the same time, he said, "The loser of this competition will withdraw from pursuing Junior Brother Ling. What do you think?" "Humph. Who's chasing after him? If you want to chase after him, go ahead. It's none of my business." Bing Ruoshui snorted coldly and stabbed at Yu Lian again. "Remember what you said. In the future, don't go looking for him again. I'll be his concubine, and senior apprentice sister, Yun, will be his legal wife. I trust we'll be very happy," said Yu Lian as he nimbly dodged Bing Ruoshui's attacks. When Bing Ruoshui heard this, her charming face became even colder. She angrily snorted and said, "You're shameless." Immediately afterwards, a snowflake blossomed from the tip of her sword. Yu Lian knew that Bing Ruoshui was starting to get angry. He was overjoyed. He turned around and unsheathed the fiery red soft sword that was tied to his waist. He swept out a scarlet flame and collided with the snowflakes. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was going to leave the arena. The disciples watching from below were stunned. They weren't watching the exciting fight, but the contrast between the two women's figures and style. On the elders' viewing platform, Mu In teased Ling Xiao. Xiao, these two girls are not bad. Why don't you marry them both? Mu In knew that the junior brother Ling that Yu Laiyan was talking about was Ling Xiao. Back in the Fire Valley, Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui had fought over Ling Xiao, and he had been present. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Martial uncle, I can't mess things up. My partner is senior apprentice Sister Yin. Haha, I understand. It's best to marry them both. I believe that your great master can help you. Everyone in Arwood Flag Peak thinks highly of you. Mu In had a sinister smile on his face. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the better Mu In's mood was. After all, Ling Xiao also represented the face of Arwood Flag Peak. Ling Xiao was too lazy to get entangled in this matter. He only looked at the two women, but in his heart, he was thinking, Martial Uncle's idea is not bad. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to do it all. It's not worth it. Ling Xiao was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This point had long been proven in Meteorite City. His great dream was to wield the power of the world when awake and lie on the knees of beauties when drunk. Although he came to the Purple Sky sect for Yun Mingqi, it did not stop him from being loyal to beauties. It was just that he had to restrain himself a lot, and he couldn't just accept any beauty he saw. For example, Wuxia and Winkidi were both pretty good-looking, but Ling Xiao did not accept them because he did not have any feelings for them. But Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui were different. One was fire, and the other was ice. Both of them were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Moreover, they both had their own unique charisma. Any man would want to conquer these unique women. Originally, Ling Xiao had not made up his mind to accept them. But after hearing his martial uncle's words, he changed his mind. On this continent, which powerful man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even having dozens of wives and concubines wasn't something out of the ordinary. The premise was that you had the strength and the means to make your own harem docile and obedient. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but hope that he could become stronger faster. Only then would he be able to do what he wanted to do. In the arena, the two women used their full strength. Each of their moves was exceptionally dazzling. In fact, in terms of real strength, Bing Ruoshui was slightly stronger than Yu Laiyan. It was just that Yu Laiyan was good at scheming. At the beginning, he had disturbed Bing Ruoshui's state, causing her to lose her cool. In the end, both of them were injured and fell out of the arena at the same time. Only then did the competition end in a tie. Even until the end of the competition, the surrounding wolves did not seem to feel satisfied. Saliva continued to drip from the corners of their mouths. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. These two girls really fought hard. If he could punish them at the same time, it would be very exciting. The competition quickly came to an end. The 5 people left in the arena were all high-ranked spirit masters. They were the strongest representatives of the Purple Sky sect. These 5 were Su Yi of the Golden Tree Peak, Zhao Nen of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Chen Wenyu of the Wooden Flag Peak, Luo Meiying of the Jade Spring Pavilion, and Yin Zhe of the Crafting Peak. Apart from Chen Wenyu and Luo Meiying, who were recruited from outside, the other 3 were the grandsons of the Peak Lord. They all grew up enjoying the best cultivation resources. Among the 5, Su Yi and Zhao Nan were the strongest. Yin Zhe hid his strength more deeply. Chen Wenyu and Luo Ming had recently broken through and were relatively weaker. The final battle between the 5 was arranged in the center of the arena. The first battle was between Zhao Nan and Yin Zhe. Everyone thought that Zhao Nan would win within 300 rounds. However, Yin Zhe displayed his powerful battle strength. He actually fought evenly with Zhao Nan. In the end, both of them summoned their spirit beasts to help. Zhao Nan's spirit beast was a 3rd-tier middle stage Scarlet Fierce Tiger. Yin Feng's spirit beast was not weak either. It was a 3rd-tier middle stage Fire Cloud Lion. The battle between 2 people and 2 beasts made the disciples watching from the sidelines excited. This was because this was a true battle of high rank. Ling Xiao also watched attentively from the sidelines. Through observation, he felt that Zhao Nan was unstoppable. He had the aura of killing gods and ghosts. Yin Zhe, on the other hand, maybe because of his age, fought steadily and calmly. He attacked while defending. Facing Zhao Nan's powerful attacks, he did not show any signs of losing. In the end, Ling Xiao felt that Yin Zhe would definitely be upset. He could see that Yin Zhe was still at ease, unlike Zhao Nan, who was almost at the end of his rope. Sure enough, after fighting for more than an hour, Yin Zhe took advantage of Zhao Nan's exhaustion to throw him out of the ring. This match ended with Yin Zhe's victory. However, although Yin Zhe won, he was also heavily injured by Zhao Nan's last counterattack. Hence, it could be said that this was a narrow victory for him. It would probably be hard for him to fight again in the following matches. The second battle was between Su Yi and Luo Meiying. No one was optimistic about Luo Meiying in this battle. The final result was indeed as everyone expected. Without any surprises, Luo Meiying lost. But what surprised everyone was that Luo Meiying could not withstand 10 moves from Su Yi and was ruthlessly thrown out of the ring. Although Luo Meiying was not as beautiful as Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui, she was still a very eye-catching beauty in the eyes of these wolves. However, Su Yi did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He directly attacked ruthlessly and threw Luo Meiying off the stage. The moment Luo Meiying was defeated, Su Yi cast a cold gaze in one direction. This gaze carried a strong resentment, making people shiver involuntarily. Due to Yin Zhe's forfeiture, the last match was between Su Yi and Chen Wenyu. On the viewing platform, Mu Huai thought complacently, "Looks like my wood flag peak is really lucky." In the past great set competitions, it was already not bad for Wood Flag Peak's disciples to be able to enter the top 10. This time, Chen Wenyu had directly fought his way to the championship, which made Mu Huai both happy and envious of his senior brother for taking in such a good disciple. However, when he thought about how his own disciple, Ling Xiao, had gone up on stage, he didn't care too much about it. In any case, it was fine as long as someone for Wood Flag Peak had some face, and Ling Xiao didn't have to go up on stage. On the stage, Chen Wenyu cupped his hands towards Su Yi and said, "Senior brother Su, please." Su Yi coldly snorted and said to Chen Wenyu disdainfully, "You're not my match. It's not too late to admit defeat, now to avoid suffering physical pain." Su Yi hated Ling Xiao so much that even the people from Wood Flag Peak couldn't stand him. Chen Wenyu's expression changed. He knew that there was a certain gap between his strength and Su Yi's, but he wouldn't allow Su Yi to look down on him like this. "Then let me experience senior brother Su's great moves." Chen Wenyu stomped his feet and leaped into the air like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. The long spear in his hand smashed down heavily towards Su Yi. "You overestimate yourself." Su Yi snorted coldly and arrogantly, and his body slightly dodged to the side. Chen Wenyu took the opportunity to pursue and attack. His long spear swept out bursts of dazzling green spiritual energy, forcing the air to produce popping sounds. Su Yi repeatedly dodged and shouted, "I've already let you have 3 moves. Lose." After saying that, a golden blade flashed onto the stage. Following that, a powerful golden blade shadow slashed towards Chen Wenyu with irresistible force. This blade seemed to have also caused the surrounding spiritual energy to flash, and the whistling sound was very frightening. What a strong aura! Chen Wenyu's eyes twitched, and he hurriedly used his strongest spiritual energy to attack the golden shadow. Boom! A mouthful of blood splattered everywhere, and a figure was heavily smashed out of the stage. Immediately after, a loud shout rang out, "Ling Xiao, get off the stage and die." Chapter 285. No one had expected that Su Yi would be able to defeat Chen Wenyu in one move. Moreover, looking at the hideous wound on his body, it was obvious that Su Yi had been ruthless. In a battle on the stage, all the disciples would definitely give it their all, so some injuries were unavoidable. As long as they didn't kill or amputate a limb, it was fine. Seeing Chun Wenyu's chest split open by Su Yi, Mu'in's heart tightened. If it weren't for the Peak Lord being up there, he would have rushed out to save Chun Wenyu. After all, Chun Wenyu was his most favored and proudest disciple. However, before Chun Wenyu could be carried down, Su Yi roared in Ling Xiao's direction. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Who was Ling Xiao? He was the most popular new elder in the Purple Sky sect, the highest-ranked alchemist. Even if Nan Gongchangel was here, he wouldn't dare say that he could give him a few pointers. Recently, there were many new elders who had successfully broken through because of Ling Xiao's King Advancement Pill. There were also a few peak elders who had obtained King Advancement Pills and successfully broken through. It could be said that in the Purple Sky sect, even Sect Master Yunxiong had to give some face to Ling Xiao. However, such a respected elder was actually shouted at in front of everyone, telling him to get down and accept his death. For a moment, many of the surrounding elders had ugly expressions on their faces. If not for the fact that Su Yi was Su Jiannan's son, he would have been dismembered on the spot. Evil creature, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and get back. Su Jiannan, who was on the viewing platform, was enraged. He slammed the table next to him and stood up. His voice was so loud that the ears of the weaker disciples were buzzing. Su Yi, who was standing on the stage, had a resolute expression on his face. He ignored his father's words and shouted at Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao, if you're a man, get down here and fight me to the death. Evil creature. Seeing that his son didn't give him face, Su Jiannan shouted again and was about to attack Su Yi. Within the sect, the most important thing was the hierarchy. Although Su Yi was his son, and his status was a little higher than the average successor disciple, but compared to Ling Xiao, he was still a far cry. Those who were crowned with the title of Elder, which one of them wasn't a bigwig-level figure in the Purple Heaven sect. Even Su Yi, as a peak master, had to give some face to the elders of his own peak or other peaks. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary elder, perhaps Su Jiannan wouldn't be so angry. At most, he would try to persuade his son to keep the peace. However, Ling Xiao just had to be the most famous elder Ling in the sect. He didn't know if his son had been drugged with some kind of drug to make him lose his mind. After being locked up by him for a few months, he wanted his son to wake up. He didn't expect his son to not repent, which made him sad and embarrassed. If he didn't do something now, he was afraid that this son of his would be thrown into prison. Just as Su Jiannan was about to make a move, Yunxiong unexpectedly said, "Let the youngsters solve their own problems." Su Jiannan stopped and looked at Yunxiong with a complicated expression. Finally, his gaze stopped on Yun Mingqi. He looked at her gratefully and sat back in his seat, but his face was still filled with anger. He knew that if Yun Mengqi hadn't said something to Yunxiong, he would have broken his son's leg with his own hands. However, Su Jiannan was very puzzled. Could it be that Miss thinks that Ling Xiao could defeat my son? Mu Huai's expression was very complicated, but in his heart, he was cursing Su Jiannan's good son 1,000 times. Now, the scene became quiet, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Ling Xiao was still sitting behind Mu'in, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't hear Su Yi's words. Mu'in's expression was somewhat ugly. Endure it, you're not his match. Mu'in knew that Ling Xiao and Chun Wenyu had both broken through to high-rank Soul Master at the same time, and Mu'in had always thought that the reason why Ling Xiao could become a high-rank Soul Master so quickly was related to his identity as an alchemist. He felt that Ling Xiao must have used a pill to become a high-rank Soul Master in such a short period of time. Chun Wenyu was defeated by Su Yi in one move, so Mu'in didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to defeat Su Yi. It wasn't just Mu'in who didn't think that Ling Xiao would win. This was because they only knew that Ling Xiao was good at alchemy, but no one thought that his combat strength was that strong. Ling Xiao, are you deaf? Get out here. Whoever loses is not allowed to pester Mingqi. Su Yi once again pointed at Ling Xiao and roared. On the viewing platform, Yun Mingqi calmly stared at Su Yi. However, her delicate hands were tightly clenched. The reason she didn't let Su Jiannan take Su Yi away was because she hoped that Ling Xiao would stand out and ruthlessly teach Ling Xiao a lesson. At the same time, she would let everyone know that the man she liked wasn't a weakling. But now, Su Yi's attitude made her extremely angry. At the same time, she hoped that Ling Xiao would prove what she thought in her heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of her. Elder Ling, Su Yi has just obtained the position of champion. He hopes that you can give him a few pointers. Help him out. Yin Xiong's voice faintly rang out. In truth, he was very dissatisfied with Su Yi, and in his heart, he was also unhappy with Su Jiannan. Although he had previously joked with Su Jiannan about letting Su Yi marry Yun Mingqi, after Yun Mingqi had obtained the Earth's sovereign inheritance, his thoughts had changed. Perhaps Su Yi might not be suitable for his daughter. But Ling Xiao's sudden intervention had actually given him another choice. After all, Ling Xiao was a 4th-rank alchemist, and in the future he had a chance of becoming a 5th-rank alchemist. In the entire Northwest, there were only a few sects that had 5th-rank alchemists. So in his heart, he was more inclined to let Ling Xiao marry his daughter. Just now, if it weren't for his daughter stopping him, he definitely would have flipped out on the spot. Could it be that Mingqi thinks highly of this brat? Thinking of this, Yin Xiong couldn't help thinking back to the matter at Blaze Valley a year ago. It was said that Ling Xiao had personally killed an elder of the moon-worshipping sect, so he had changed his mind. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao had any other abilities other than alchemy. Ling Xiao had been repeatedly yelled at and cursed at, so he was naturally unhappy. He had originally thought that the elders would help him solve this problem, but looking at the current situation, everyone wanted to watch a good show. Now that the sect master had spoken, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't sit still and be laughed at by others. Since you want to watch a good show, then enjoy it. A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he leisurely walked out. On the viewing platform, Mu Huai's expression became even uglier. Originally, he had hoped that Ling Xiao would participate in order to help Mu Flag Peak obtain a spot in the top 10, but he didn't want Ling Xiao's fate to be as miserable as Chen Wenyu's. If Ling Xiao was miserably taught a lesson by Su Yi, it might leave a shadow in his heart that would be detrimental to his future breakthroughs. However, even if he was anxious now, it was useless. The sect master had already spoken, so what else could he say? He could only fiercely glare at Su Jiannan, and in his heart, he decided that in the future, he would never have any dealings with Golden Tong Peak. Su Yi, this child is not bad. After obtaining the position of champion, he doesn't even put the elders in his eyes. Although Mu Huai didn't have the ability to stop it, he still sneered unhappily. Isn't this all because of Senior Su's guidance? Zhao Mingyuan said in a strange tone. When Haiyan also lightly said, his strength is not bad, but his temperament is still lacking. The peak lords of the various peaks all spoke up for Ling Xiao. After all, they had all received kindness from Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be bullied, if they, as elders, didn't help, then were they still human? Su Jiannan listened to everyone's words and shook his head. He was also too embarrassed to say anything, but his heart was filled with bitterness. His son's conduct was too improper. Originally, when his son had obtained the position of champion, he had been very happy. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? This time, he didn't even know where to put his face. Ling Xiao's appearance attracted everyone's gazes, and he was even more dazzling than when Yu Laiyin and Bing Ruoxue had appeared. Ling Xiao originally liked this kind of gaze of worship from others, but this time, those gazes contained a bit more worry for him. Isn't this better? Ling Xiao asked in his mind. Everyone thought he was a sheep, but who knew he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Su Yi. To tell the truth, fighting with you is very boring. The only reason I'm standing here is because the sect master said so. Otherwise, I would just treat you as a madman shouting here. Cut the crap. Mengqi and I are childhood friends, and we've been engaged for a long time. If you know what's good for you, take back what you said before. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this martial arena alive, Su Yi sinisterly said to Ling Xiao. Ever since he was young, he could have whatever he wanted, and Yun Mingqi had long since been his lifelong companion. But because of this brat in front of him, his heart had been disturbed. Yun Mingqi also seemed to like this brat. That was a reality that Su Yi didn't want to face. There was nothing he couldn't obtain if he wanted to obtain it. Su Yi's heart was somewhat twisted. He actually didn't care about his old man, Su Jiannan's position, and spoke viciously to Ling Xiao on the martial arena. If it was any other disciple, how could he still have the life to stand here? That was a crime punishable by death. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Yun Mingqi didn't give him any face. Don't make it sound so pleasant. I don't like you. Even if you defeat Ling Xiao, I still won't marry you. Just give up on that thought. Yun Mingqi's words were undoubtedly a heavy slap to Su Yi's face. Even Su Jiannan's face became a bit ugly. Su Yi tightly clenched his fists, his face twisting. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, "I'll use time to prove my love for you. I believe that one day you'll marry me." "Ai, pitiful child. A melon forcibly picked won't be sweet. Why are you so stubborn? If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Su Peak Lord's face has been completely lost by you." Ling Xiao shrugged and sighed. "If you immediately admit defeat and promise not to bother Mingqi in the future, I'll let you leave." Su Yi looked at Ling Xiao. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Otherwise, I'll definitely have a life and death battle with you." "Nonsense. Ling Xiao, get down here. I want to see who dares touch you." Mu Huai couldn't help slapping the table and standing up. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao suffer the slightest loss. Ling Xiao ignored his master's words and icily looked at Su Yi. "You don't have the qualifications to have a life and death battle with me. You're not worthy. Also, Mengqi is my woman for this lifetime. No one can have any ideas about her, including you." Chapter 286. Why did Ling Xiao come to the Purple Sky sect? Wasn't it for the woman he fell in love with at first sight? Her glance had long fallen into his heart. That was the first woman that made his heart palpitate and desire to possess. He had long vowed that this woman would be his, and no one would be able to take her away from him. He had been strong and worked hard to get to where he was today, and he was only a step away from capturing her. How could he give up just because of this? Not to mention that he was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Su Yi's unreasonable and arrogant words made Ling Xiao feel very unhappy. Today, even in front of his father, he had to leave a deep lesson for Su Yi. Su Yi heard Ling Xiao's words and was furious. He shouted, "I'll kill you." The golden broadsword in his hand gathered a grand light and mercilessly slashed towards Ling Xiao. It was the move that defeated Chen Wenyu, and the arena was filled with killing intent. The disciples at the side of the arena looked at the arena anxiously, and the expressions of the elders on the spectators' stand were slightly gloomy. They all knew that no one could intervene in this match. Sect Master, he had already made his position clear. Boom! Wherever the broadsword passed, there was a loud explosion, and a deep ditch was cut into the marble arena. Damn it, where did he go? He looked at the empty space in front of him and cursed. On the other side, Ling Xiao calmly crossed his arms and looked at Su Yi with contempt. "As an elder, I'll let you have 3 moves. It's best if you call out your spirit beast as well, or others will say that I'm bullying the young." "Umph, you're not qualified to make me use my spirit beast." Su Yi coldly snorted. His hand gripped the hilt of his broadsword tightly, and he made another strong move. There was a considerable difference between this slash and the previous one. The previous slash was simple and unadorned, but this slash was complicated and divided into 8. The 8 broadsword shadows were like 8 people attacking at the same time, but the power was 8 times that of the previous slash. Not far away, Su Jiannan, who was depressed, saw this slash and couldn't help but feel proud. This was the incomplete blue stare sword skill that he had kept for himself. There were only 3 slashes, but each slash had extraordinary power. It was not difficult to kill people of a higher level. And this slash was the first slash, boundless 8 directions. The elders on the spectator stand looked at this slash in surprise. This seemed to be beyond their imagination. Mu Huai and Mu In became nervous, and Yu Laiyin and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were not much better. Although they all knew that Ling Xiao had killed a king-level warrior, they all knew that it was pure luck. Otherwise, how could he kill a king-level warrior with the strength of a high-level Xian cultivator? That was just a fantasy story. Ling Xiao's current strength was already that of a high-ranked spirit master. From the exchange, just now, Ling Xiao's realm should be quite stable. If they really fought, he wouldn't necessarily lose very badly. But it was different if the opponent had a high-level Xian technique. It was a powerful killing move that could kill people of a higher level. Everyone was worried for Ling Xiao. Only Yun Mingqi looked at the arena calmly and thought to herself, "My man won't lose so easily." There was a series of explosions, and countless stones flew out of the arena toward the disciples on the sidelines. The inner disciples were only high-level Xian cultivators and did not have any protective force. They were instantly smashed and screamed, and they kept retreating. Although the true disciples could withstand the flying stones and sand, they were also afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they all took a few steps back. "Senior Su, what kind of sword skill is this? It's so scary." "It's at least a green stair sword skill. If he had used this move against Senior Chun just now, I'm afraid he would have died without a complete corpse. No wonder they're so arrogant. Elder Ling is in trouble now." The true disciples looked at Su Jiannan's move with suspicion and whispered to each other. They felt a chill in their hearts at Su Yi's move. They felt that if this move hit them, there would only be one result, and that was death. The golden light dissipated, and the arena was in a sorry state. Su Yi had a proud expression on his face, and he was panting with some difficulty. That strike just now had used up a third of his spiritual energy, and he was confident that anyone below the Spirit Master level would not have a chance of survival. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was sincere about letting him have 3 moves, he always liked to use the fastest time to deal with his opponent and show off his strength. Just as Su Yi was about to laugh, his shoulder was patted, and a lazy voice sounded from behind. "There are 2 more moves, or else you won't have the chance." Su Yi's hair stood on end, and without thinking, he turned around and swung his blade again. Who knew that Ling Xiao, who was behind him, would disappear once again? Su Yi sheathed his blade and no longer casually attacked, but instead raised his senses to the highest. At the same time, he gripped his golden blade tightly, ready to strike at any moment. However, Ling Xiao appeared in front of him again and laughed coldly. "You dare to say that you want to fight to the death with just this bit of strength? You should go back and train for a few more years. No, even if you go back and train for a lifetime, you still won't catch up to me, because you're just a pitiful child who grew up with the halo of being the son of the Peak Lord. You bastard." Su Yi's face alternated between red and green. He had been known as a peerless genius since he was young, and in this year's large competition, he had won first place in one fell swoop. Among his peers, other than Yun Mingqi, there weren't many who could be considered a worthy opponent. However, this brat in front of him was clearly younger than him by 7 or 8 years, but he had played him in circles. This made him, the challenger, feel so ashamed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. He clearly thought that he could kill this person with a single slap, but in front of him, he was jumping around like a lively monkey, not giving him the slightest bit of hesitation. Su Yi's face darkened, and he muttered, "Golden Tiger, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a xiao sound came from the arena, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a tiger pierced through the night sky. This is a level 3 golden tiger, and it looks like it's a tiger king. It might have already reached a high level. Elder Su really loves his son. He even got such a high-level spiritual beast for his son. I'm so envious. This time, Elder Ling is in big trouble. Let's see how he can fight 1 against 2. What a femme fatale. If I admit defeat immediately, I wouldn't have to lose my life for a woman. Lower your voice. If Junior Sister hears you, you'll be in trouble. Below the arena, there was another wave of whispers. At this time, there was already an additional golden tiger on the arena. Its fur was like golden needles, and its entire body was dazzling. In the middle of its forehead, there was a domineering king character, showing its noble and extraordinary status. Coupled with its exposed, sharp fangs, it could really scare an ordinary person to death. Ling Xiao sized up the golden tiger, and for no reason, he clicked his tongue and said, "Not bad. It's comparable to Xiao Jin, but it's a pity that it followed the wrong master." "Golden tiger, go up and eat him," Su Yi coldly commanded the golden tiger. He didn't believe that with the golden tiger attacking together with him, they wouldn't be able to kill this bastard in front of him. Ling Xiao wasn't anxious, but Mu Huai, who was on the viewing platform, anxiously said to Yun Xiong, "Secmaster, we can't let them continue playing like this." Yun Xiong glanced at Mu Huai and said indifferently, "Don't worry, we're all here, they'll be fine." Mu Huai sighed heavily, and for no reason, he glared at Su Jiannan again before turning his gaze back to the arena. Ling Xiao looked at the golden tiger that was about to pounce on him and took a few steps back. "Big guy, calm down. Your opponent isn't me." With that, the spirit beast bracer flashed, and the golden wolf king suddenly appeared in front of him. The current golden wolf king was no longer a rank 2 spirit beast, but a high and mighty rank 3 spirit beast. If Ling Xiao had enough wind attribute beast cores, it would have already broken through to rank 4. The Golden Wolf King had been in the bracer for a long time. Ever since it was seriously injured by the Lao family's Lao Yuefan, it had obediently stayed in the bracer to recuperate, causing it to almost lose its ferocity as a spirit beast. When the Golden Wolf King appeared, it also attracted a large number of exclamations. No wonder Elder Ling is so fearless. It turns out that he also has a high-grade spirit beast. Now we're back to square one. This golden wind wolf is a bit strange. Could it be a mutated wind wolf? It should be possible. Otherwise, how could it have golden fur? It's going to be a good show to watch. The appearance of the Golden Wolf King had undoubtedly ignited the golden tiger's fighting spirit. No one gave the order, and the 2 spirit beasts began to fight. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Xiao Jin is fun, just don't kill it." Ling Xiao's words were not to give Su Yi face, but rather to ridicule Su Yi. Su Yi did not respond. Instead, he seized the opportunity when Ling Xiao relaxed, and the second slash appeared. This slash was completely different from the first slash. Su Yi's condensed golden spirit force swept out a small blade shadow, and finally formed a golden blade shadow tornado that swept towards Ling Xiao. Swoosh, swoosh. The tornado created a loud sound in the air. Ling Xiao revealed a serious expression, and he poured the wind attribute into his feet, immediately dodging. This time, Su Yi had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's movements. He had already locked onto the direction in which Ling Xiao had dodged. A strange smile appeared on his face, and a golden blade appeared in his other hand. The previous slash was only to disturb the enemy, and now, without any warning, the 2 slashes chopped towards Ling Xiao's head. This was the real killing move. Su Yi couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. He felt that his move would definitely succeed. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 2 sharp blade lights that smashed down from above. He paused for a moment, as if he had missed the time to dodge. Rumble. The 2 huge blade lights fiercely struck Ling Xiao's chest. "Xiao!" Mu Huai roared angrily on the arena, and then he was about to fly off the arena. Yun Mingqi, who was behind Yun Xiong, also wanted to desperately fly up the stage. Wait! Yun Xiong seemed to have sensed something and called out to the 2 to stop them. "Ha! Damn bastard, you're finally dead." Su Yi looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. Roar! Before he could even laugh, his spiritual beast, the golden fur tiger, let out a cry of anguish. Su Yi looked at the Golden Wolf King, who had the upper hand, and his eyes jumped. Is he not dead? Chapter 287. Normally, humans and spirit beasts would sign a master-servant contract. If the human warrior died, then the spirit beast protecting him wouldn't be able to survive. Su Yi was quite confident in the second, move he could use. Back then, even his father, Su Jianan, had said that even someone half a step into the king level would suffer greatly from this blade, let alone Ling Xiao, who had just entered the high level. However, the Golden Wolf King was crazily tearing at his golden fur tiger. Only then did he realize that Ling Xiao wasn't dead. Suki didn't care that his beloved beast was at a disadvantage and thought proudly, "It's good that he's not dead. Otherwise, people will say that I have no sense of propriety." He believed that even if Ling Xiao wasn't dead, he should only have half his life left. He had already achieved his goal of teaching Ling Xiao a lesson. If Ling Xiao really died, he wouldn't have an easy time either. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao was an elder, and he had a protective master behind him? Although the Golden Fur Tiger was a high-level, third-rank spirit beast, it was still a bit inferior to the peak Golden Wolf King. More importantly, the Golden Wolf King had two attributes, one gold and one wind, so its combat strength was naturally far above the Golden Fur Tiger. In just a moment, the Golden Fur Tiger had been bitten off by the Golden Wolf King, and the bloody pieces were frightening. "If you don't save your spirit beast, then it will become food for me," shouted Jin. Ling Xiao stood up and spoke faintly. His upper body was naked, and his golden muscles looked very fit and healthy. His black hair was scattered, and he looked very elegant and handsome. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. "You? How are you fine?" He looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Ling Xiao flicked his black hair and did something that he thought was very cool. "Tsich, I said that you don't have the qualifications to fight to the death with me. After 3 moves, it's time for me to make a move." With that, Ling Xiao turned into a blur and rushed towards Sui. Sui was shocked, but the 2 slashes just now had already used up most of his spiritual power, and he didn't even have time to take the elixir before he cried out, "Oh no!" Before he could react, a gust of wind blew in front of him. Puff! In the next moment, Ling Xiao's knee had already landed heavily on Su Yi's lower abdomen. Su Yi was injured, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao's expression became malevolent. He grabbed Su Yi's hair and shouted, "Originally, I respected you as the son of the Peak Lord, but today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Peak Lord. Remember, love is mutual. If Meng Qi likes you, I don't mind leaving. But if Meng Qi doesn't like you, then don't bother her." Otherwise, before Ling Xiao could finish his roar, he grabbed Su Yi and flung him away. At the same time, he caught up with Su Yi and stomped down on him. Su Yi did not have any room to resist and was smashed to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. On the viewing platform, Su Jianan's expression turned solemn. Only Mu Huai shouted, "Good hit." Just now, when he saw Ling Xiao being slashed, as his master, his heart ached. If it wasn't because of his identity, he really wanted to go down and slap Su Yi to death. However, seeing his disciple walk out as if nothing happened, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, seeing that Ling Xiao could still step on Su Yi so fiercely, he felt great. "Aren't you the champion of the direct disciples this time? But so what if you're the champion? You were still beaten by my disciple without any strength to fight back." On the other side, Muin was also very happy. Just now, his disciple was defeated in 1 move, and his chest was cut open. He felt terrible, and in his heart, he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be a little more ruthless. The surrounding disciples were shocked. How could they have imagined that Ling Xiao's strength would be so terrifying? A dignified champion of the direct disciples was beaten like a pile of mud. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. It could be said that they had never seen Ling Xiao fight, and only knew that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were formidable. Now they got to know Ling Xiao again. It turned out that he was not only an alchemy grandmaster, but also a combat genius. They had always thought that they were geniuses in the sect, and they boasted that their cultivation of Tenbin was extraordinary. In the future, they would definitely step into the king rank, but when they compared themselves with Ling Xiao, they were really ashamed. The elders on the viewing platform also had the same thought. All of them looked at Mu Huai with envy and jealousy, and sighed in their hearts. Mu Huai really took in a good disciple. Although Ling Xiao had stepped on Su Yi, he didn't take the opportunity to humiliate him. After all, he wanted to save some face for Su Jianan. Unexpectedly, just as Ling Xiao stopped his attack, Su Yi crawled up, his whole face becoming hideous and terrifying. The veins on his hands bulged, and the golden blade in his hand shone again as he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm going to kill you." After saying that, a burst of golden spiritual energy was actually affected by his blade, and a burst of whistling sounds appeared on the arena. The aura around Su Yi was getting stronger and stronger, and the surrounding disciples couldn't help but retreat. This move had not even been used yet, but it already gave them a strong sense of oppression. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, and there was no panic on his face. Instead, he looked full of fighting spirit, and in his heart he thought, this move is probably as terrifying as a full-strength blow from a low-level king rank. At the same time, he took out the blazing flame sword from his space ring, and a powerful flame bloomed. The fire attribute spiritual energy around him also showed signs of adhering to him. Su Qian was able to affect it not because Su Yi had touched the edge of king rank, but because of the effect brought about by the third style of the blue stair sword skill. However, this move was not something Su Yi could use now. If he forced himself to do so, the consequences would be quite serious. Ling Xiao was able to affect spiritual energy because he could already feel the existence of spiritual energy in the Spirit Gathering Tower. Now, he was using his inexperienced perception to affect the surrounding spiritual energy, intending to fight with Su Yi to see who was more powerful. Which one of the people on the viewing platform wasn't an expert of king rank or above? At a glance, they could distinguish the difference in spiritual energy between the two. The first to exclaim was Sect Master Xianxia. This kid actually knows how to use spiritual energy. The other elders also noticed Ling Xiao's abnormality. He can really control spiritual energy. Amazing. It seems that our sect will have another great general in the near future. Too monstrous. Senior Brother Mu has really accepted a good disciple. Isn't that right? To be able to sense spiritual energy at such a young age, the king rank is not far away. Even a young miss can only do this. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao and replied with great joy, "Ha, this kid has some strength." The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more face he, as his master, would have. Su Jianan's expression became even more unsightly, and he cursed his son to death in his heart. He hadn't offended anyone, but he had offended a fourth-grade alchemist and a young expert who had already touched the king rank. It was really not worth it for a woman. Yin Mingqi, who was behind Yun Xiong, stared at the dignified figure on the stage with her beautiful eyes. She was very happy in her heart, and she felt that she hadn't misjudged him. If she hadn't received the emperor rank inheritance, then with her Tenbin, it would have been good if she could only reach the strength of a high-rank spirit master. However, Ling Xiao had become a high-rank spirit master from 2 years ago. He had crossed 2 great thresholds. Even she might not be able to catch up to this kind of Tenbin. Nangong Chengal, who was sitting at the side, didn't say anything. His expression became somewhat gloomy, but in reality, he was extremely bitter in his heart. He watched as the glory that originally belonged to him was destroyed by his own hands. Retribution really doesn't feel good. He sighed in his heart. On the stage, spiritual qi pressed down from the surroundings, and Su Yi's surroundings became golden. His expression was extremely frightening, and blood had already flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The golden blade in his hand was infinitely enlarged, and it was like a divine blade that pierced through the clouds. On Ling Xiao's side, his body was suffused with a golden color, and it was as if his entire body was plated with a layer of golden armor. He looked extremely noble, and the blazing flame sword in his hand only emitted a scorching fiery light. The fiery light carried a strange bright blue color, and the surrounding spiritual energy flowed around the tip of the sword. After Su Yi finished condensing his energy, he roared, "Die for me!" The golden blade smashed down from the sky. It was a simple and plain blade, but its power was truly earth-shattering, and the stage was instantly pressed down. A scorching light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he muttered in a low voice, "Come." At the same time, the blazing flame sword in his hand blossomed with a blue shadow and fiercely collided with the golden blade. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful, profound skills collided, and waves of explosive sounds rang out. The surrounding disciples kept retreating, and their faces were filled with shock. An elder in charge of the arena shouted loudly, and a burst of light rose from his hand, steadily suppressing the power of the vibration that was being emitted. The arena was covered in a golden color, as if the golden move had already gained the upper hand, swallowing the blue flame. Just when everyone thought that the golden color would be able to extinguish the blue flame, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. The blue flame turned into countless small flames, dispersing and wrapping around the golden blade shadow. Swoosh, swoosh. In just a moment, the golden blade shadow turned into a spider web and quickly collapsed. In the end, there was only the blue flame on the stage that was like a dragon swimming around. A naked figure was still standing tall and straight, but he was already more than 10 meters away from his original position. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. The blood at the corner of his mouth looked somewhat ferocious, and there was only a broken sword left in his hand. He looked somewhat miserable, and the other person was even more miserable, lying on the ground, blood flowing out of the 7 orifices on his face, and his body was twitching nonstop, even more miserable than if he was suffering from epilepsy. Seeing that the blue flame was about to burn Su Yi, who was lying on the ground, Su Jiannan, who was on the viewing platform, shouted, "Elderling, please show mercy." Ling Xiao glanced at Su Jiannan and threw away the broken sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the blue flame returned to his body. "Su Peak Lord, I respect you as an elder, so I will let this matter go, but I hope that there won't be a next time." Ling Xiao met Su Jiannan's gaze and said faintly. Su Jiannan slightly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Elderling's mercy. I apologize to Elderling on behalf of this unfilial son. In the future, if this unfilial son dares to pester Mengqi again, I will personally kill him." After saying that, he flew onto the stage, hugged his body, and with a few leaps, disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 288. As soon as Su Jiannan left, there was a burst of cheers. Ling Xiao stroked the Golden Wolf King's soft golden fur and praised, "Good job. I'll reward you with something to eat later." The Golden Wolf King flattered, "Master, you have to give me more to eat. I feel like I'm about to break through, but I don't have enough profound qi." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, patted the Golden Wolf King's forehead, and kept it in the Spirit Beast Bracer. Then he bowed to the sect master and the group of elders and left the martial arts practice field with a few leaps. Not bad, not arrogant, and not rash. Our sect is about to prosper. Yin Xiong looked at Ling Xiao, who was far away, and praised him generously. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders of the various peaks all had surprised expressions on their faces. They rarely heard the sect master praise someone like this, but now that he said in front of them, they could understand what he meant. It seemed that the sect master already appreciated Ling Xiao a lot. It seemed that as long as Ling Xiao crossed the king's step, he would definitely become the sect master's son-in-law. Then, Ling Xiao's status would not be the same as it was in the past. Mu Huai's face was full of pride. After so many years, their wooden flag peak finally had a chance to be in the limelight. This was already the second time this year that they were in the limelight, but the one in the limelight was the same person, which made him feel like he had picked up a treasure. Looking at the envious eyes of the other elders, Mu Huai proudly left with his hands behind his back. Wen Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion transmitted a message to her daughter behind her. "No matter what, you have to catch Ling Xiao, even if you have to be his servant." Wen Qidi's beautiful eyes were full of determination, and she nodded fiercely. In her heart, she thought, "This man must be mine." However, just as she made up her mind, she found a whoosh sound not far from her. She turned her head to take a look but her senior sister Yun was nowhere to be seen. She hesitated, stamped her feet, and muttered, "Don't even think about looking at me." After saying that, he also dashed in a certain direction. Ling Xiao did not feel any sense of complacency after defeating Su Yi. To him, Su Yi was just a clown, not worth mentioning. He was in such a hurry to leave because Su Yi's last strike had indeed caused him some internal injuries. With his current defensive ability, even the full force attack of a low-level king rank expert wouldn't be able to easily cause him a heavy injury. But he hadn't expected that Su Yi's final strike would actually possess the strength of a peak low-level king rank expert, and this was why he'd suffered a slight loss. However, this was not very important. He only needed to meditate for a while. He still had this bit of confidence. However, just as he rushed back to the quiet cultivation courtyard, an unexpected beautiful figure was already sitting in the hall, elegantly sipping tea while waiting for him. "Mengqi, why have you come?" Ling Xiao couldn't conceal his pleasant surprise as he cried out. He'd already entered the sect for 2 years, but he hadn't interacted much with Yun Mengqi. It wasn't that he didn't miss Yun Mengqi, but he felt that he temporarily didn't have the strength to match up to Yun Mengqi. He hoped that he could stand at a higher level than her before going to see her. In this way, not only would his woman have face, the people behind her wouldn't say anything. Yun Mengqi put down the teacup, and her beautiful eyes carried a trace of anticipation. She hesitated for a moment, but still fiercely pounced into Ling Xiao's embrace, causing 2 drops of water to float down. She had waited for this day for a long time. Ever since she heartlessly bid farewell to Ling Xiao in the mountain range, her heart had always been frozen. Afterwards, when Ling Xiao came to the Purple Sky sect, she saw a bit of hope. Unfortunately, she had obtained the inheritance, which meant that she and he were people from 2 different worlds. She felt that no matter how good Ling Xiao was in Tenbin, it would be difficult for him to catch up to her. However, she didn't think that Ling Xiao would appear in front of her as an alchemist, which made her feel that her hope had become a bit more realistic. Following Ling Xiao's rise in the past 2 years, her hope was no longer hope, but instead became anticipation. She hoped that he would grow a bit faster, catch up to her footsteps a bit faster, so that they could be together. And today, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed made her feel proud and happy. The current Ling Xiao was no longer that high-level, profound practitioner from 3 years ago, but a 4th-rank alchemist who was respected by tens of thousands of people. He was a battle genius who could draw the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for his own use before reaching the peak of Spirit Master. Just based on his previous identity alone, it was more than enough for Yun Mengqi. The reason why she had agreed to be together with Ling Xiao after his strength had caught up to her was because she hoped that Ling Xiao would continue to work hard and reach the king level as soon as possible. This way, she wouldn't have any misgivings about being together with him. Today, the reason why she couldn't help but come to find Ling Xiao was because she couldn't help but miss Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was so outstanding now, and there were many women who had feelings for him. During the large competition, Yu Yin and Bing Ruoshui, these 2 great beauties, had expressed their interest in him, which made Yun Mengqi feel a strong sense of crisis. How should she put it? Bing Ruoshui was her junior sister, and the relationship between them was extraordinarily good. Sharing Ling Xiao with Bing Ruoshui wasn't a big deal, but sharing Ling Xiao with another woman made her feel uncomfortable in her heart. Although experts would always have countless women by their side, she didn't care about this. What she cared about was that she should become the woman who could make decisions among the numerous women, and she didn't want to be the one who was abandoned. So, she had to firmly hold onto this man's heart now, so as to prevent others from beating her to him in the future. Unfortunately, she didn't know how many times this man in front of her had been taken by others. However, from the beginning until the end, the one that Ling Xiao loved the most in his heart was still her. Smelling the waves of fragrance that seeped through her beautiful hair, he hugged her slender waist, and his chest felt comfortable and refreshed from the soft pressure. Ling Xiao couldn't suppress the longing that he had for a long time, so he lifted Yun Mengqi's chin with his finger and fiercely kissed her on the mouth. Yun Mengqi's body slightly trembled, and just as she was about to struggle to leave, it turned into a strong response in the end. The two kissed each other passionately, and their hands that were hugging each other kept rubbing. Ling Zhao's fire of lust soared, and the hard thing on his lower body went straight to Yun Mengqi's lower abdomen. Yun Mengqi had never come into contact with the matter of a man and a woman, and her lower abdomen was very uncomfortable, so she freed her hand and gently fiddled with the hard thing. She only wanted to push it away, but who knew that the thing that moved a little then bounced back to its original position, and it seemed to be pushing against her a little harder. She broke free from Ling Zhao's face and grabbed Ling Zhao's lower part with one hand and said puzzledly, "What's on your lower body? It's touching me. It's uncomfortable." At the same time, she also fiddled with it a few times, as if she wanted to study what was on Ling Zhao's body. "This." Ling Zhao didn't even have time to reply. After being grabbed by Yun Mengqi like this, and then a few more times, the life rod below was almost like a volcano erupting, and suddenly it was out of control. In fact, this wasn't because Ling Zhao was incompetent, but because he had already been aroused by Yun Mengqi's desire, and moreover, under unknown circumstances, he was touched like this, and if he was a man, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear this kind of suffering. "Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Yun Mengqi asked puzzledly. Ling Zhao awkwardly smiled bitterly. "No, nothing. You sit for a moment. I need to go to the bathroom." After saying that, Ling Zhao fled out of the hall. Yun Mengqi looked at the hurried Ling Zhao with a puzzled expression and muttered, "Why do you suddenly need to go to the bathroom?" Yun Mengqi thought for a moment and seemed to realize something. Her face suddenly became as if it was bleeding, and she spat and said without a face, "It's really embarrassing." When Ling Zhao changed his clothes and returned to the hall, he found that there was an extra person in the hall. Ling Zhao couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "What a headache! Why did this girl also come to beat me up, really?" Yun Mengqi unhappily glared at Ling Zhao, and then her beautiful eyes were somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Ling Zhao's gaze, and couldn't help but feel shy in her heart. On the other hand, when Wen Kudai saw Ling Zhao, without saying a word, she jumped over and hugged Ling Zhao's hand. She even used her soft chest to rub against Ling Zhao a few times and said, "Senior brother, you were so mighty just now. I just like you." When Ling Zhao heard this, he couldn't help but pat his forehead. This girl really knew how to stir up trouble. The matter of him proposing marriage to sect master Yin Xiong was known by everyone in the sect, and yet when Kudai was so intimate with him in front of Yun Mengqi, this was clearly destroying his stage. "Junior sister, please conduct yourself. Men and women should not touch each other." Ling Zhao nimbly removed his hand and said with a serious face, but in his heart he was secretly thinking, "This girl's chest is quite big." Wen Kudai's expression changed, and she actually started crying on the spot. "Big sister Yin, you see, he bullied me. Is it wrong for a girl to like him? How can he treat me like this?" Wen Kudai seemed to be very sad, and a few tears came out her eyes. Yun Mengqi and Wen Kudai grew up together, and their relationship was also not bad, so she could only stand up and complain to Ling Zhao. "Can't you say it properly? Look at how you made Kudai cry." Ling Zhao really didn't think that Yun Mengqi would actually stand on Wen Kudai's side, and for a moment he felt sullen. But who told her to be his wife? He could only brace himself and say, "Junior sister Wen, I'm sorry. Senior brother didn't do it on purpose." Wen Kudai said with a sobbing tone, "Is there any use in saying sorry? I'm very sad." Ling Zhao was speechless. "Then what do you think I should do?" He thought to himself that he didn't do anything wrong, so why did he have to apologize? "In the future when I hug you, you're not allowed to refuse." Wen Kudai was speechless. This, Ling Zhao didn't know how to reply, and could only look at Yun Mengqi for help. "Okay, Kudai, you're already so old, yet you're still crying. Aren't you ashamed? If you want to hug him, then hug him. You're such a beautiful girl, yet you're not afraid of being taken advantage of. He's a grown man, so what does he have to be afraid of?" Yun Mengqi glared at Ling Zhao, and then tried to persuade Wen Kudai. Yin Mingqi's words were very interesting. She was saying that even a man would know shame, yet you, a girl, still delivered yourself to him. Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? Don't you feel ashamed? When one Kudai heard this, half of her face turned red, and her tears stopped. She muttered, I don't like hugging him. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Mingqi, and in his heart he exclaimed, smart, really smart. Chapter 289. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the great sect competition. The Oath Assembly was about to begin. In the main hall of Wooden Flag Peak, Mu Huai sat in the seat of honor, while Mu In sat on the seat of honor on the right. On the seat of honor on the left was a handsome young man who had just turned 20. Who else could this young man be other than Ling Xiao? His face was filled with pride, and it was obvious that good things had happened one after another recently. First of all, Yin Mingqi had already come down from the altar and had begun to learn how to get along with him. Recently, whenever she had time, she would go to his place for a while. The two of them leaned against each other at the top of the mountain, in front of the green pines and cypresses, telling each other how much they missed each other. If it wasn't for Winkidi being equally clingy, Ling Xiao would have been even more comfortable. However, Ling Xiao didn't know what method Winkidi had used to make Yin Mingqi agree to stay by his side. He couldn't help but wonder, does Mingqi not mind if I take Winkidi in? Of course, this was just a thought for Ling Xiao. He still wasn't interested in this childish girl. Mu Huai broke the silence and said, Xiao, the day after tomorrow is the day of the Myriad Beasts Lairs Oath Assembly. I'll let your Uncle Master talk about the Oath Assembly first. You guys listen carefully. There were 3 other true disciples of Wooden Flag Peak standing in the main hall. Mu In's eldest disciple, Chun Wenyu, stood at the forefront. His face was a little pale, and there was a hint of cowardice in his eyes. It seemed that Su Yi's move had caused him quite a bit of injury. Mu In coughed lightly and said, The Oath Assembly is a meeting held by the 36 great sects of the Northwest. It is usually held once every 5 years. This assembly will gather the elites of the various sects, and there will be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Your lives will be determined by the heavens, so you must consider whether or not you really want to participate. If you don't have confidence, you can leave now. At this time, all the disciples, including Ling Xiao, immediately responded, Disciples participate. Muin was satisfied. Good, there are no cowards in Wooden Flag Peak. He paused for a moment before continuing, Although the Oath Assembly is dangerous, as long as you are united and careful, you should be able to return alive. You must remember that fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Whether or not you can gain anything from the Oath Assembly will depend on your luck. Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't understand. He thought to himself, Isn't this supposed to be a competition? After that, Ling Xiao continued listening, and only then did he find out that according to the previous sect oaths, every sect was required to send their younger generation, disciples below the age of 30 and below the king rank, to temper themselves in the Myriad Beast Cave. The Den of 10,000 Beasts was a beast region in the northwestern region. Vicious beasts roamed the place, and there were many exotic flowers and plants. It was comparable to the depths of the desolate mountain range. This place wasn't enough for the sect to hold of. According to Muin, there was a secret realm in the Den of Myriad Beasts. It was the location of a 6th-rank sect 10,000 years ago. However, no one knew how this sect had disappeared in the long river of history. In this mystic realm, there was the accumulation of the sect's collection. Who wouldn't want to break their heads to obtain it? Unfortunately, even though there were treasures of the universe hidden within the sect, there was still a powerful restriction placed at the entrance. Cultivators who were not strong enough could not enter. Even the largest 7th-grade sect in the Northwest, the Bright Star Palace, did not have the ability to do so. In the end, all the sects came up with a solution. This method was to gather the old monsters of the various sects and use their own abilities to open a hole in the restriction, and then let others enter to seize the treasures. Unfortunately, even though the entrance had been opened, Only martial artists below the king rank were able to enter, and those that had attained the king rank and above would be repelled by the formidable restrictions. Moreover, they would suffer the greatest harm. After repeated attempts, he found out that only martial artists below the spirit master level could enter through the gap. This way, they wouldn't be trapped by the restriction and could directly enter. Therefore, the sect set a rule. Every 5 years, they would hold a sect oath assembly in this mystic realm, and the sects would send their elites in to fight for the treasures. After many sect oaths, there were people who obtained many rare treasures from within, and there were even people who broke through to the king rank. In any case, there would always be people who obtained benefits from the sect oath assembly. However, opportunities and dangers always coexisted. Every time the younger generation that entered the mystic realm, if even a third of them could survive, it would already be considered extremely lucky. Therefore, Muin had no choice but to tell his own sect disciples in advance that no matter how great the temptation of the mystic realm was, it couldn't be greater than their own lives. Without their lives, even if they had good things, they wouldn't be able to use them. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. The day after tomorrow, gather at the martial arts practice grounds and head to the Thousand Beast Cave with the seniors and juniors of the various peaks. I hope that all of you can return alive. After Muin finished speaking, Mu Huai continued to encourage them. He then said, all of you go back and prepare. Xiao stay behind. After Chun Wenyu and the other 2 disciples left, Mu Huai said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, what do you think about this sect oath assembly? With your status, it doesn't really matter whether you go or not. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking, how long will this sect oath assembly take? He still had very important matters to attend to, and if it was delayed because of the sect oath assembly, then it would cost him his life. Mu Huai replied, about 2 months at the very least. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, I'll go. Mu Huai saw that Ling Xiao was so reluctant and thought that he didn't want to go, so he tried to persuade him again. If you don't want to go, no one will dare to say anything. It's good to go and take a look. There's no point in staying here all the time, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He heard Mu Huai's concern and was quite grateful in his heart. However, it wasn't that he was afraid of the dangers in the mystic realm, but that he was considering whether he had enough time to find the Heaven Gu divine art. It had been 4 months since he returned to the Purple Sky sect from Guzhai City, so Ling Xiao had to know how long this sect oath assembly would take. If it was too long, he definitely wouldn't go. Just now, Muin had mentioned that the mystic realm in the Thousand Beast Cave had a restriction that even a 7th grade sect would find difficult to break. It could be imagined that there must be something extraordinary inside. Ling Xiao knew that there were countless experts on this continent. Right now, he was just an ordinary martial artist who hadn't entered the king's stage. He wanted to go to the southern barbarian land to find the Heaven Gu divine art. There would definitely be a lot of danger. After all, the southern barbarian land was known as a dangerous place, and ordinary people rarely dared to set foot in it. He thought that if he could obtain some benefits from this sect oath assembly that could help him break through the king's stage, then he would have more confidence when he went to the southern barbarian land. However, Ling Xiao didn't have much optimism about going to the southern barbarian land. After all, the high priest's strength was many times stronger than his. It was difficult for the high priest to find the Heaven Gu divine art, and he was only a spirit master at most. How much luck would it take to find the Heaven Gu divine art? Seeing that Ling Xiao insisted, Mu Huai didn't say anything more. In fact, he was very conflicted in his heart. On one hand, he hoped that Ling Xiao could participate. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was the strongest among the younger generation. If he didn't go, he didn't want to care about the other disciples of the sect. His Flag Peak's disciples still needed Ling Xiao to look after them. If anything went wrong, their Flag Peak would be buried in the Thousand Beast Cave. On the other hand, he was worried that Ling Xiao would die in the mystic realm. Now, Ling Xiao's achievements couldn't be said to have surpassed them, but he had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. If Ling Xiao didn't return, he would be the loss of their Flag Peak and even the entire sect. After watching Ling Xiao leave, Mu Huai sighed his heart. A jade that isn't cut is worthless. I hope this child has great fortune. 2 days later, the sect's martial arts practice field was filled with the elites of the various peaks. There were a total of 35 people present. Other than 25 true disciples, the other 10 were inner disciples of the various peaks. As for why there were inner disciples participating in the sect oath assembly this time, of course, they couldn't let them enter the mystic realm to rob. Otherwise, with their strength, any spirit master could kill them with a raise of their hand. Letting them go was nothing more than letting them broaden their horizons. Staying in the Thousand Beasts cave to train was also not bad. When Ling Xiao walked over, he realized that he was the last one to arrive. This wasn't because he did it on purpose. It was because he had to bid farewell to Ji Beixin before he left. After this sect oath assembly, he might not return to the sect. Instead, he would directly head to the south from the Thousand Beasts cave. This trip would take at least 2 years before he could return. He had to bid farewell to Ji Beixin. Otherwise, he was afraid that Ji Beixin would misunderstand. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, everyone immediately greeted Ling Xiao respectfully. Elder Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of putting on airs. He smiled in response and looked in one direction. Just as he was about to walk over, 2 different fragrances assailed his nostrils. In an instant, Ling Xiao's left and right arms were fully embraced. What you guys doing? Ling Xiao looked at the 2 women on his left and right and immediately felt like he was in deep water and on fire. Needless to say, the 2 women on Ling Xiao's left and right were Bing Ruoxue and Yu Laiyan. Not far away, the beautiful figure who was staring at Ling Xiao with hidden bitterness finally couldn't bring herself to throw herself at him. Yu Laiyan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled tenderly. When we're outside, I want you to protect me. Bing Ruoxue didn't want to be outdone and coldly said, I'll help senior sister Yin look after you in case you're led astray by some people. Ha! Women don't like bad guys, Yu Laiyan replied with a charming smile on her face. How could Bing Ruoxue be a match for Yu Laiyan when it came to words? She angrily said, shameless. Ling Xiao was speechless at these 2 women. He now believed that there was such a thing as fate in this world. Weren't these 2 a pair of enemies? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to bicker with them and walked over to Hua Xiaogui. The surrounding disciples all had pained expressions on their faces. Although they revered Ling Xiao, seeing these 2 beauties throw themselves into his arms made their hearts ache. When Hua Xiaogui saw Ling Xiao walk over, she went up to him with some embarrassment. Boss. In fact, he had also wanted to greet Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's status was different from before. Moreover, he knew about the grudge between Yao Feng and Ling Xiao, so he chose to stay where he was and didn't dare walk over. Now that he saw Ling Xiao walk over, his heart was filled with gratitude. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and just heavily patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder. Between brothers, nothing needed to be said. Chapter 290. Among all the disciples heading to the Myriad Beast Cave this time, Ling Xiao's seniority and strength were the highest, so he was allowed to lead the team this time. Ling Xiao did not have any objections to this. He did not expect himself to be able to command others, but it was better than someone pointing fingers at him. Ling Xiao followed the instructions and brought a group of elites from the Purple Sky sect to the trial grounds of the Purple Maple Valley when he first entered the sect. As for why they had to go to the Purple Maple Valley, Mu Huai had already told Ling Xiao beforehand. This was the only transmission array in the Purple Sky sect, and even the entire area under their jurisdiction. Ling Xiao had long read about the use of transmission arrays in some books. A transmission array was a teleportation array created by a formation master and a heavenly venerable. It could allow a person to be teleported tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, provided that there was a node on the other side of the transmission array. It wasn't as if one could teleport them to anywhere they wanted. Furthermore, every time they used the transmission array, they would need to consume a lot of energy from high-grade beast core. Therefore, if there was nothing major, no one would easily use the transmission array. The location of the transmission array was actually near the pool in the depths of the Purple Maple Valley. Seeing this, Bing Ruoshui's face turned red. She stared at Ling Xiao for a long while before saying, "You still remember what you did. In any case, you have to take responsibility for me." Ling Xiao knew what she was talking about and could only laugh dryly. Isn't that a misunderstanding? He thought to himself. Back then, he was still shouting about fighting and killing. Why did he call this young master responsible this time? Forget it. This young master will just suffer a bit and be responsible for the bed. Yu Lian, who was beside Ling Xiao, said with a resentful look in her eyes, "Didn't you eat her long ago?" Ling Xiao choked on her words and coughed repeatedly. He glared at her and said, "If I want to eat, I'll eat you first." In exchange, Yu Lian laughed foolishly. "It's best if you eat me now. In any case, I'll be following you for the rest of my life." At the same time, he threw a mesmerizing look at Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to heat up. Ling Xiao had met the old man overseeing the transmission array once before and had a deep impression of him. The old man was still riding on the white snow ox. He held a flute in his hand and looked at Ling Xiao and the others leisurely. Ling Xiao bowed to the old man before explaining the purpose of his visit. The old man had already received the notice. He nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Come with me." He paused for a moment and said, "I used to think that you were quite slippery, but I didn't expect you to have a bit of tenbin. I hope that you can all return safely in 2 months." Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't reply. He thought to himself, "Didn't I just take half a cow tendon vine from you? You still remember it? What a stingy old man." Ling Xiao and his disciples followed the old man into the waterfall on the mountainside. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the transmission array would actually be built in such a hidden place. It was really a completely different world. They had just entered the cave and the old man ordered, "All of you, stand inside." Ling Xiao and the others didn't have any objections, and they all walked 10 meters into the cave. When Ling Xiao and the others were in position, the old man held a few shining beast cores in his hand and threw them all into the empty slot on the wall of the cave. Swoosh! When all the beast cores fell into the empty slot, a strange sound was heard and a screen of light appeared before Ling Xiao and the others. After that, besides the old man, everyone else in the cave disappeared. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao didn't know that he had suddenly appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. "Welcome to the Thousand Beasts City." A sweet voice rang out. They saw a highly attractive young lady in her 20s bowing her body to greet Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others were startled, and they smiled at the serving girl and asked, "This is the Thousand Beasts City?" The serving girl replied politely, "Yes. May I know where the few of you are from?" Ling Xiao pulled out the token and said, "We are from the Purple Heaven sect. May I ask where the people from our sect are?" "So you are our distinguished guest from the Purple Heaven sect. Please come with me. Your elder has been waiting for a long time." The serving girl looked at Ling Xiao's token and then gestured for him to follow. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the maid. At the same time, he began to look around. He saw that the place they were transported to was not like the Purple Heaven sect, which was a cave, but before a city gate. The people guarding the transmission array were 2 spirit master level experts, and the serving girl was a high-level spirit cultivator. Ling Xiao and the others couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the Thousand Beast City was a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ling Xiao and the others followed the serving girl and found that there were several large courtyards on both sides of the main road. From afar, they looked extraordinary, and there was a strong aura emanating from them. Ling Xiao had wanted to spread out his mind power to test it out, but he hesitated and did not dare to do so. If he was discovered, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Finally, the maidservant led Ling Xiao and the others to a courtyard that was much smaller than the buildings they had seen before. The serving girl called out to the courtyard, "The Lord of the Purple Heaven sect has arrived." Immediately after, a middle-aged man walked out from the courtyard. This middle-aged man was the newly promoted elder, Xianxia. Xianxia had obtained Ling Xiao's king-ruining elixir and had successfully broken through to the king level, becoming the new elder of the Purple Heaven sect. Ling Xiao had not thought that Xianxia would be arranged to come here, and he immediately exclaimed, "Chief Xing, why are you here?" When Xianxia saw Ling Xiao, he nodded happily and then took out a low-grade glazed crystal and placed it in the serving girl's hand. The serving girl smiled and left. "Elder Ling, you're here. Hurry in, Elder Xiao and the others were just nagging about you," Xianxia said to Ling Xiao, his face full of smiles. He was grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. If not for Ling Xiao's elixir, he would not have been able to become an elder so quickly. Ling Xiao followed behind Xianxia and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Chief Xing, our sect's place is so shabby, but those buildings we saw just now are really extraordinary. I think we should make it more impressive than they are." When Xianxia, who was walking in front, heard this, he staggered and nearly fell. His expression was a little off as he said, "Elder Ling, don't speak so loudly. Let's go inside first, and you'll know what's going on later." Ling Xiao and the others did not understand and did not pursue the matter. Within a large hall in the courtyard, the previous generation elder of Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin, sat at the very center. Beside him were two white-haired, youthful-looking elders. Ling Xiao and the other true disciples did not recognize these two elders. They were actually the two previous generation elders who guarded the spirit-gathering pagoda. The two of them were blood-related brothers, but they usually refer to each other as senior and junior brothers. The senior brother was Wu Yulai, and the junior brother was Wu Youziu. In addition, the daughter of the sect master, Yun Mengqi, was also sitting in the hall. Opposite her was a young man. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen this young man, but when he sensed his baleful blood aura, Ling Xiao's heart palpitated and he thought to himself, "This person's killing intent is so heavy." Seeing that this person was sitting on the same level as Yun Mengqi and had an arrogant expression on his face, it was clear that this person's status was not ordinary. Ling Xiao and the others first bowed to the people in the hall and then stood in the middle of the hall to await further instructions. Xiao Songlin nodded without a smile and said to Ling Xiao with a benevolent smile, "Xiao Heir, have a seat." He then turned to Xianxia and instructed, "Xianxia, tell them about the situation here first." Xianxia nodded and turned his head to the seated disciples to say, "This 1000-beast city is already tens of thousands of miles away from our Purple Sky sect. It is the central area of our northwest region, which is where you will be holding the sect Oath Assembly. Now, you all have 3 days to move around. In these 3 days, you're only allowed to move around within the city. There are all kinds of unimaginable, high-grade spirit herbs, profound skills, profound armaments. As long as you can think of it, it can be found here. You can use profound crystals to purchase them, or you can use items of the same grade to trade with others. But you must remember one thing. You are not allowed to use violence within the 1000-beast city, or not only will you suffer, but even our Purple Sky sect will not be able to withstand it. Everyone must remember to avoid conflict with others, or you will be expelled from the sect. Do you all understand?" All the disciples of the Purple Sky sect answered in unison, "Understood. All right, I will bring you to settle you down first. Later, you can look around the city, or you can cultivate in your rooms." Xianxia said. He had just finished speaking when Xiao Songlin said, "Xiao Heir, you stay." Ling Xiao, who had just stood up, nodded and sat down again. "Xiao Heir, you are a 4th-grade alchemist. Later, you can go around the city and have a look. There are many spirit herbs that you will not be able to find. Here are 10,000 pieces of low-grade, profound crystals. Take them and see if there are any suitable spirit herbs for you. You will be able to refine more high-grade elixirs in the future." Xiao Songlin was very generous, and he gave Ling Xiao 10,000 pieces of low-grade, profound crystals with a wave of his hand. The eyes of the hot-blooded young man at the side twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. In fact, his heart was filled with an unconcealable envy. Ling Xiao accepted it bluntly and replied, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. Xiao Heir knows what to do." "Junior brothers, as elders, aren't you going to say something?" Xiao Songlin smiled at Wu Yulai and Wu Youqiu. Wu Yulai and Wu Youqiu smiled bitterly. Their respective spatial rings flashed at the same time, and another pile of profound crystals appeared in front of them. Take it, kid. I hope you will gain something from this sect, Oath Assembly, and break through to the king level as soon as possible. The future of our sect depends on you young people, Wu Yulai said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you, elders, for your kindness." After saying that, he kept all the Xin crystals. "All right, you can go now. If you want to go out, remember to call Xianxia on. He will be responsible for your safety," Xiao Songlin said. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Disciple understands." He then turned and left the hall. At this time, Yin Mingqi cupped her hands to Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youqiu, and then chased after Ling Xiao. "Xiao, wait for me." Yin Mingqi called out to Ling Xiao, who was walking out. Ling Xiao stopped and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to come as well." Yin Mingqi didn't hesitate and took Ling Xiao's hand and said, "I didn't need to come, but my father told me to come out and broaden my horizons, so I came first." "That's good too. Let's go out together," Ling Xiao said. Yin Mingqi nodded obediently and then went out with Ling Xiao. Chapter 291. As soon as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, many of the true disciples hesitated. It seemed like they wanted to go out for a stroll. When Xing Zhantian saw Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi, he hurriedly asked, "Miss, is Elder Ling going out?" Yun Mingqi didn't say anything, instead giving the right to speak to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. "Manager Xing, Mengqi, and I will go out for a stroll." "All right. I'll be responsible for your safety. I'll go with you." Xing Zhantian nodded. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't refuse Xing Zhantian's request. After all, Xiao Songlin had already given him instructions. At this moment, Yin Mengqi waved her hand in a certain direction. "Junior apprentice sister, come over. We'll go together." Bing Ruoshui, who wasn't too far away, nodded and walked towards Yun Mingqi. She couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao, a complicated look in her eyes. Bing Ruoshui walked over, and Yulai Yin also walked over to Ling Xiao's side. She didn't seem to be afraid of Yun Mingqi and even smiled at her. "Senior apprentice sister Yin, can I go with you?" Yun Mingqi was naturally intelligent and kind. She knew that as Ling Xiao grew stronger, the number of women by his side wouldn't decrease. She couldn't chase them all away. Since that was the case, it was better to use gentle methods to make those women close to Ling Xiao submit to her. That way, they would know that she was the most important woman to Ling Xiao. That was enough. In any case on this continent, it was normal for any outstanding man to have 3 or 4 wives. She was still very open-minded about it. "If you want to go, then let's go together. That way we'll have a companion," Yun Mingqi lightly said. Bing Ruoshui glared at Yulai Yin. "Senior apprentice sister, you're too generous." Yulai Yin ignored Bing Ruoshui's words and smiled at Yun Mingqi. "I knew senior apprentice sister was a good person." She even affectionately held onto Yun Mingqi's arm. Bing Ruoshui was so angry that her face turned green, but she endured it. At this time, when Kiti, who represented the Jade Spring Pavilion, also joined the ranks of the several women, Ling Xiao bitterly smiled, but he couldn't be bothered with them. In any case, with Yin Mingqi here, they wouldn't dare to do anything rash. He waved at Hua, "Shava, a little turtle, let's go together." Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed. She nodded and signaled to Wu Sixue behind her. Then, she walked over to Ling Xiao. The group left the courtyard under the envious gazes of the other true disciples and inner disciples. Walking onto the main road, Ling Xiao and his companions then noticed that the 1,000 city was surrounded by stone mountains all around, each of them reaching straight into the clouds, looking extremely majestic. The shops and residences were mostly built at the foot or halfway up the mountains, with spirit trees and spirit grasses adorning the surroundings occasionally. Occasionally, spirit birds would soar through the skies, making it look extremely spectacular from afar, just like a painting of mountains and rivers that made people feel intoxicated. As Ling Xiao and his companions walked on, both sides of the road were lined with dazzling shops, and the merchants were constantly shouting at the passers-by. Ling Xiao noticed that the people walking on the main road were not weak. Spirit masters and mystic realm martial artists could be seen everywhere. This made Ling Xiao sigh. This place was more prosperous than Purple Sky City, and just by looking at the martial artists here, they were much stronger than the disciples and attendants of the sect. That murderous aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. It could be seen that these people had experienced countless killings to achieve their martial power. With their murderous intent, they were slightly stronger than martial artists of the same level. Let's go to the square to have a look. There are a lot of mercenaries selling spirit grasses there. Yin Mingqi suggested. No one had any objections, and they walked towards the square. Because Ling Xiao was surrounded by several stunning women, he attracted the envious and jealous gazes of the people around him for a while. Look, those women are so *king beautiful, much prettier than the sluts in the 10,000 flower pavilion. Isn't that nonsense? Compared to them, the sluts in the 10,000 flower pavilion are simply a pile of shit. Only the courtesan in the 10,000 flower pavilion can compare to them. Lower your voice. Looking at their clothes, they should be disciples of the Purple Sky sect. We can't afford to offend them. What are you afraid of? Who would dare to make a move in the 10,000 beast pavilion unless they're tired of living? Faced with this situation, not only did Ling Xiao not feel that anything was wrong, but he also felt very carefree. He was originally a guy who liked to show off, and with so many beauties surrounding him and enjoying the envious gazes of others, he felt extremely good in his heart. The group of people arrived at the square, and the flow of people became more and more mixed. Many martial artists had set up stalls, and any passers-by could choose to buy. Most of these martial artists who set up stalls were spirit masters, and there were even many that Ling Xiao couldn't see through, so they must be at least king stage experts. Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw the situation, and the few women behind him, besides Yin Mingqi, were also shocked. Spirit masters were the backbone of the various sects, and king stage were the pillars of the various sections. These people actually set up stalls to sell spirit herbs here, which made Ling Xiao a little confused. At this time, Yin Mingqi opened her mouth to explain. Most of them are rogue cultivators or mercenaries. They don't belong to any sects, and the high-level spirit herbs or beast cores they obtain can all be sold here. No one dares to cause trouble in the 10,000 Beast City. Even people from our sects can't casually make a move here. When Yin Mingqi said that, Ling Xiao and the others understood. Following that, the group walked towards the stalls nearby. Looking at the high-level spirit herbs on the ground, Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed, and if not for the fact that he had a collection in his space ring, he would have run over to pick them out. As for Hua Xiaogui, as an alchemist, he couldn't even be bothered with Wuxia, and just pounced on the ground to look at the spirit herbs, seemingly wanting to buy them. Little brother, one look, and I can tell that you know your stuff. This mid-third level blue glazed flower will only cost you 10 low-level black crystals. The middle-aged man who set up the stall said to Hua Xiao, 10 low-level black crystals. This is too expensive. Hua Xiaogui said awkwardly. Before coming to the 10,000 B city, Nangong Changle had indeed given him quite a number of black crystals, but the spirit herb before him cost 10 low-level black crystals, and he felt his heart wrench. It's not expensive, this is the last one, or else I can sell it for 15 black crystals. 7 black crystals, are you selling it? 7 black crystals is too little. If you really want it, I'll pay a little and only charge you 9 black crystals. How about this? Let's each take a step back. 8 black crystals. If you don't want to sell it, then I'll go somewhere else first. All right. 8 black crystals deal. After some haggling, Hua Xiaogui spent 8 black crystals to buy a mid-third level blue glazed flower, and he smiled at the crowd with a very pleased look on his face. Wu Xixue pulled Hua Xiaogui's ear from behind and said, "You're still smiling. This spirit herb is at most worth 5 black crystals. You're so silly." be gentle, it's broken. Hua Xiaogui screamed while covering his ear. Forget it, Xiao Shui. In front of everyone in the hall, just give little turtle some face, Ling Xiao advised Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue only let go of Hua Xiaogui after hearing Ling Xiao's words, and she still said angrily, later on, if there's any spirit herb you like, tell me. I'll bargain. Yes, I got it. Hua Xiaogui rubbed his ear and hurriedly replied. Ling Xiao looked at the pair of enemies and felt happy for them in his heart. Based on the current situation, Wu Xixue should have accepted Hua Xiaogui. Although Hua Xiaogui had not become a third-level alchemist, he was already quite good at second-level alchemy. With his Tenbin and Nangong Changle's nurturing, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into third-level alchemy. Ling Xiao and his group then went to other stalls to look at spirit herbs. Hua Xiaogui was still very enthusiastic, but he didn't dare to rush over to buy them like he did before, and instead let Wu Xixue help him bargain. Wu Xixue was indeed good at bargaining, and she cut down a third of the price of several spirit herbs that she bought in a row. Just like that, Hua Xiaogui continued to laugh foolishly. While Hua Xiaogui was buying spirit herbs, Ling Xiao wasn't idle either. The spirit herbs that he was interested in were all rare and valuable, and the prices were not cheap. However, for someone as wealthy as him, he didn't care too much about those few pieces of mysterious crystals, so he didn't bargain like Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue. After walking half around, Hua Xiaogui was already short of money, so he had no choice but to stop buying. Ling Xiao and his group walked in front of an old man who didn't cultivate and saw that there was a green spirit herb in front of his stall. This spirit herb's spirit chi fluctuations were extremely strong, and it emitted a rich life force. The sides of the leaves were shining with a halo, making it seem extraordinary. When Hua Xiaogui saw the spirit herb, he couldn't help but exclaim, rank for high-grade green sungrass. The old man raised his eyes at Hua Xiaogui, but didn't pay him any attention and continued to drink the wine from the gourd in his hand. Senior, how much is this spirit herb? Ling Xiao asked the old man. He really didn't think that he would be able to find one of the spirit herbs that he wanted so much here. 1,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, no bargaining. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao and replied very stiffly. From the looks of it, he seemed to look down on Ling Xiao for being able to afford it. So expensive, it's not worth it. Boss, let's go somewhere else. Hua Xiaogui sighed. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao didn't say anything and took out the mysterious crystals from his spatial ring to buy it. He swore to get this green sungrass. This was one of the essential spirit herbs to refine the vitality prolonging pill. How could he not have it? The old man was stunned for a moment and immediately put away the mysterious crystals. Then, he threw the spirit herb to Ling Xiao. This is yours. However, just as Ling Xiao received the green sungrass, an arrogant voice sounded, I'll give you 1,500 low-grade mysterious crystals for this green sungrass. Give it to me. This voice was filled with an unquestionable tone, as if it was ordering Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. After putting away the green sungrass, he said to the girls, Let's go, we'll continue to take a look. He directly ignored the person who spoke to him. Bastard, didn't you hear what I said? The voice sounded again from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the others still ignored him and continued to walk forward. Whoosh! A figure suddenly blocked the path in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The man shouted at Ling Xiao, Mother are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Chapter 292. The Thousand Beasts City, like Guzhai City, was a city that did not belong to any sect. It had existed for tens of thousands of years and was extremely prosperous because of the existence of a sixth-grade sect. It was also because of the disappearance of the sixth-rank sect in the long river of history that the city had once become desolate. Later, an elder of the nearest eighth-grade sect, the Tai Li sect, discovered the location of the sixth-grade sect's mystic realm. As the mystic realm was sealed, the previous generation elder of the Tai Li sect could not break the seal. It did not take long for the news to spread, and the previous generation elder of the various sects in the northwest all rushed over. This sixth grade sect that had disappeared for thousands of years was the only and largest sect in the northwest, and one could imagine how much treasure it contained. Hence, the previous generation elders of the various sects stayed in the Thousand Beast City and tried to find ways to break the seal. As the previous generation elders of the various sects gathered here, the freelance mercenary groups also knew that something big was going to happen here, and they all began to gather here. In an instant, the Thousand Beast City rose again. In the end, 3 powerful forces jointly divided the jurisdiction of the Thousand Beast City. They jointly set the rules here that no one was allowed to fight here, not even the people from the sections. Anyone who dared to break the rules here would definitely disappear from the Thousand Beast City the next day. This had been personally verified. There was once a middle-stage king stage martial artist who came here and killed a spirit master stage martial artist. He even arrogantly said that no one here could do anything to him because he was the 6th-ranked elder of the Northwest. He Mingi. Who knew? The next day, his head would be hung at the gate of the city. The people of the River Mingi sect even announced that the dead elder had been expelled from the sect, and it had nothing to do with them anymore. From then on, no one dared to fight here. The one who stood in front of Xianxia and the others was a young man of about 25 years old. This young man was dressed in luxurious clothes, and there was a sword flashing with spirit chi hanging from his waist. He stared at Xianxia coldly and arrogantly, his eyes looking like they were about to burst into flames. Just as he finished shouting, Lu Ji's bodyguards ran over from behind. Most of them were spirit masters, and the young man himself was an intermediate spirit master. There was also a middle-aged man whose cultivation level Xianxia could not see. Xianxia endured again and again, but this guy kept pestering him. He stared at him coldly and said, "Where did this dog come from? Get lost." At the same time, Xianxia pressed a strong pressure towards the young man. The young man wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. His face turned red, and he could not say a word. "Little brother, please stop. We are from the Tai Li sect." The middle-aged man whose aura Xiao could not see through stood in front of the young man and spoke to Xiao. "So what if you're from the Tai Li sect?" The middle-aged man whose aura Xiao couldn't see through stood in front of the young man and faced Xiao. When Xiao said this, Yunmingqi had already taken a step forward. She could sense that the middle-aged man's aura was a bit stronger than hers. He should be an intermediate king-level cultivator. The women behind Xiao couldn't show weakness, and each took a step forward. They seemed to want to protect Xiao. "Elder Lin, capture him. He dares to be so arrogant in front of me." The young man let out a sigh of relief and called out to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression trembled, and he glared at the young man. "Do you remember what I just told you? If you do this again, then immediately go back." The young man's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists and unwillingly glanced at the middle-aged man. Then he took a deep breath, and his expression softened. He turned to Yunmingqi and said, "Miss, do you still remember me?" Yunmingqi indifferently said, "I'm sorry, I don't know you." In fact, Yunmingqi had seen him before and knew his name. But she really didn't want to be nice to this kind of person. The young man didn't mind Yunmingqi's words. He grinned and said, "I'm the 13th prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Yu. We met here 2 days ago. Don't tell me you don't remember?" Yunmingqi didn't reply. She tightened her grip on Xiao's hand and said, "Let's go. I really don't know him." Xiao, of course, believed Yunmingqi. That guy was definitely the kind of person who wanted to eat swan meat. Xiao glanced at the young man who called himself Li Yu and saw that his eyes were filled with jealousy. He patted the back of Yunmingqi's hand and said, "I understand, let's go." He then said to the young man who was blocking the way, "My fiancée said she doesn't know you. Please make way. We aren't very familiar with each other." Li Yu still wanted to say something, but when he thought of the other party's pressure just now, he unconsciously took a step back. Xiao didn't pester him any longer. He pulled Yunmingqi and the woman behind him and walked towards the other stalls. Liu narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Xiao and the others with hatred. He made a decision in his heart. After being disturbed by Liu, Ling Xiao and the others lost all interest. After strolling around for a few more times, they returned. The next day, Ling Xiao didn't inform anyone and went to the plaza by himself. He bought a lot of high-level spirit herbs and spent a total of nearly 10,000 low-grade profound crystals. On the third day, Ling Xiao didn't go out again. Instead, he refined a lot of healing pills in case of emergencies. On the third day, everyone from the Purple Sky sect gathered in front of the courtyard's main hall. Everyone in the hall had changed into the same martial uniform. This was also to make it easier to not mix with people from other sects during the sect oath ceremony. Xianxia looked at all the disciples present and then said to Ling Xiao, "Elder Ling, bring them and follow me." Elder Xiao and the others have already gone ahead. "All right," Ling Xiao replied. Then he beckoned to the other disciples, and they quickly followed Xianxia, who was leading the way. Half a day later, in front of a valley that was suppressed by the twin rock peaks, there were many people standing. Every sect had divided up an area to set up camp and rest. Most of these people were the young geniuses of the various sections. None of them were lower than high-level mystic cultivators. Most of them were spirit masters, and all of them had extremely handsome expressions. They could be considered the geniuses of the entire Western region. Every one of them had their eyes on the top of their heads, as if they were looking at people from other sects with disdain. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Xianxia found where Xiao Songlin was standing and brought Ling Xiao and the others over. "You're here. Rest here for a while. I'll tell you about the situation inside," Xiao Songlin said indifferently. After everyone sat down, Xiao Songlin said, "Tomorrow morning, everyone will enter the Thousand Beast Cave. There are powerful spirit beasts inside, so don't go in if you don't have the courage. Inner disciples can only train on the outskirts. True disciples will reach their goal by heading south. The time limit is half a month. If you can't even pass the first test, you won't have the right to enter the secret realm. Do you all understand?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. "That's good. There's one more thing you must remember. Although spirit beasts are scary, we humans are even scarier. Remember, Xiao Songlin reminded them. Everyone knew what he meant. He wanted them to pay attention to prevent other sects from hitting them when they were down. After all, one less competitor meant one less person to split the treasures in the secret realm. Immediately after, Xiao Songlin raised one hand, and a formless energy enveloped everyone. For a moment, they couldn't hear anything outside. At this time, Xiao Songlin said seriously, "Our Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among the sects in the Northwest. There are 7 sects in front of us, especially the people from the Light Star Hall, the Charm Flame sect, and the Heavy Sword sect. Try not to provoke them. Other than that, there's no need to be polite." There were a total of 36 sects in the Northwest, ranging from the 7th to the 9th grade. The Purple Sky sect belonged to the upper middle grade. Each sect had its own symbol of strength and dignity, and they wouldn't allow others to easily provoke them. However, they weren't the strongest, so if they encountered a sect stronger than them, they would try not to offend them. The 3 sects that Xiao Songlin pointed out were the 3 most powerful 7th grade sects in the Northwest. Each of these sects had heavenly venerable old monsters, and there were also many earthly sovereign realm experts. Moreover, the number of king realm powerhouses in these sects was much higher than that of the Purple Sky sect. The rank of a sect was generally determined by the rank and number of the strongest powerhouses in the sect. In order to achieve the title of a 7th grade sect, the sect must have at least 1 Empyrean level powerhouse, 10 Earth sovereign level powerhouses, and a 5th grade alchemist. Only then could it be called a 7th grade sect. A single Empyrean level powerhouse could destroy any 9th grade or 8th grade sect with a single hand. From this, one could see the terrifying strength of a 7th grade sect. The strongest powerhouse in the Purple Sky sect was only an Earth sovereign level powerhouse. Xiao Songlin naturally didn't want his own sect's disciples to offend the disciples of the three seventh-grade sections. If things got out of hand, it would be a disaster for the Purple Sky sect. At this time, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask, "We don't provoke them, but what if they come and provoke us?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the so-called 13th prince from 2 days ago. He didn't seem to be a member of the three seventh-grade sects, but he was only second to them. It was terrifying that the strength of the 13th prince's sect was also extraordinary. According to his past experience, the 13th prince would absolutely not let this matter go. After entering the myriad beast's lair, he would definitely provoke them. Xiao Songlin glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "If you can bear it, then bear it." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Songlin with a somewhat unwilling expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Songlin said, "If you can bear it, then bear it. But you must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, I'm afraid the sect will be implicated." "Xiao I understand," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. His grandmaster's words were enough. He was confident that as long as his opponent wasn't at the king level or above, anyone who provoked him would only have one end. "All right, everyone get ready. Xianxia, give each of them some essential medicinal pills," Xiao Songlin said. After saying this, Xiao Songlin removed the energy barrier. At night, everyone rested at the foot of the mountain. Tomorrow was the day to enter the myriad beast lair. Chapter 293. Night fell, and the moon shone like a plate. In a camp with a yellow flag with stars drawn on it, a handsome young man was lying on his side on a soft bed. Beside him were two beautiful women pouring wine for him and massaging his back. This young man had a very carefree look on his face. Sitting in front of him was an old man. This old man had white hair and a youthful face. Behind him were 5 middle-aged men, all of them looking very serious. "Sixth elder, do you think we can pass the last trial?" The young man opened his mouth and ate a crystal fruit that the beautiful woman had brought in and asked the old man. The old man smiled confidently and said, "There's absolutely no problem. I just don't know if anything else will happen inside. As long as we can pass the first trial, there's nothing to fear from the hidden mechanisms inside." The young man said disapprovingly. The old man looked up and said, "Don't let your guard down. The palace master's plan can't be lost." The young man smiled and said, "I know what to do. Besides, I know the situation inside better than you do." "That's good. Don't worry about the other small sections. Just pay attention to the Charmflame sect and the Heavy Blade School. We can't let them get ahead of us." The old man reminded, I don't think they have guts. Otherwise, I don't mind making it so they can't come out." The young man's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. For some reason, the old man felt a bit worried when he heard the young man's words, but he didn't say anything else. In another place filled with pink tents, no sects dared to set up camp within 100 meters of those pink tents. Inside the tents, there was a soft light flashing, and a few women dressed in the same pink satin were discussing something. These 5 women all had faces like peach blossoms, slender waists like snakes, and towering breasts. Each one of them was a rare beauty. Their beautiful eyes were filled with a strange aura, and they always had a faint smile on their faces. Any man who saw them would feel as if their souls were on the top of their heads. If Ling Xiao were here, he would find that these women were quite similar to Yu Yin's charm. The woman sitting in the middle had a snow-white veil over her face. She was dressed in a set of silk that was even more gorgeous than the other women. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her pair of bewitching peach blossom eyes seemed to ripple with a hint of spring. Just a glance from her eyes could cause any man's blood to surge. There were several hairpins inserted into her scarlet hair, making her look incomparably noble. Her enchanting figure with a golden ratio and her sparkling and translucent jade-like feet exposed in the air were like exquisite works of art that no one dared to casually desecrate. Her scallion-like toes were extremely alluring. The veiled woman held a sparkling utensil in her hand. The utensil was like a wine set, and inside it was a green fruit wine. The fragrance of the wine assailed the nostrils, making people feel relaxed and happy. The woman raised her hand slightly and took off her veil. She tilted her head back and poured the green fruit wine in her mouth. The sweet taste made her feel indescribably refreshed. As for the other women sitting beside her, none of them reached for the utensils on the table. Their gazes were fixed on the veiled woman. After drinking the fruit wine, the veiled woman let out a bell-like laugh. Her laughter was like the chirping of a spring oriole, and it made people feel comfortable all over. Big sisters, don't look at me like that. This is wine brewed from snow-green fruit picked from a 1,000-year-old snowy mountain. Hurry up and have a taste. It can warm your heart and stabilize your mind, said the woman with a smile. After the woman finished speaking, the other women picked up the utensils one after another and drank all the fruit wine in the utensils. At this time, the slightly older woman sitting across from her said, "Mayor, do you have the confidence to block the star child this time? Ha! Look at how lecherous he is. How could he possibly escape my grasp?" The veiled woman flirtatiously brushed back her hair, her eyes filled with confidence. "Mayor, you absolutely can't underestimate him. He looks like a playboy on the outside, but everyone knows he's a ruthless person. If you can enter, do your best not to clash with him. In any case, the things inside aren't something our sect can finish. As long as we get what the sect master said, this trip will be worth it," warned the slightly older woman. "Sister Lien, don't worry. I know what to do," said the veiled woman. "Then that's good. No matter what, we definitely can't let down the sect master's many years of expectations. We definitely can't fail this time," said the woman called Sister Lien. "Of course. You've already refined the long-lost alluring sky formation. No one can stop you," agreed the veiled woman. At the same time, in another camp, a coarse young man, carrying an exaggerated black heavy sword on his back, had an arrogant expression on his face. He casually looked at the bowing black-robed old man in front of him and asked, "Hey, new, did you bring all the swords?" The black-robed old man nodded and then handed a spatial ring to the young man with the heavy sword on his back. "They're all inside. There's also a sword stone. The sect master personally ordered me to bring it to the young master." "Ah, good. I didn't expect to actually find the sword stone. This time, we'll definitely be able to find the location of the hidden treasures inside," the young man said with a proud smile after receiving the spatial ring. The black-robed old man then said, "The sect master hopes that the young master can restrain his temper and focus on the bigger picture." The young man's expression turned cold, and he coldly stared at the black-robed old man. "Are you going to teach me a lesson?" The black-robed old man panicked and immediately knelt down. "This lowly one doesn't dare. This is the sect master's message." The young man coldly snorted and said, "I don't think you dare. Step down. Tomorrow, keep your spirits up. We definitely can't let those women from the Light Star Hall and the Charm Flame sect play any tricks." The black-robed old man nodded repeatedly and then left the tent. After the young man saw the black-robed old man leave, he put the spatial ring on his finger and then took out the incomparably black giant sword on his back and gently stroked it. From the looks of it, it was as if he was caressing his lover's face gently. He no longer had the anger from before. "Buddy, you can't wait any longer, right? Tomorrow, you can properly quench your thirst. I believe that the blood of those so-called dog-shit geniuses will definitely make you very satisfied," the young man muttered to the heavy sword with a sinister smile. The heavy sword trembled slightly, as if it was responding to the young man's words. In a camp with a sail that looked like the 8 trigrams, the 13th prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Yu, whom Ling Xiao had met once before, was fiercely charging at the beautiful young girl under his crotch. The girl continued to let out miserable cries of pain. Hearing the screams, Li Yu's face became abnormally excited. As his body moved crazily, he kept shouting, "Yin Mengqi, you brat, you're pretending to be noble in front of me, right? I'll fuck you to death. I'll let you know how powerful this crown prince is." "Crown prince, I'm Xianxia, not Yin Mengqi." The young girl endured the pain of her lower body tearing and explained. "Ha!" Li Yu fiercely slapped the girl's buttocks and scolded, "You're Yin Mengqi? You're Yinmingqi. I'll fuck you to death." After a violent impact, Liu let out a low roar. The young girl under his crotch screamed even more terrifyingly, and soon after, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. At this time, a hoarse voice rang out. "If you're done, then get up." Liu didn't know when there was another person in his tent. He was so scared that he quickly stood up and looked at the person warily. The woman cried out in alarm and quickly pulled the blanket to cover her naked body. "Third brother, don't you know that people can scare people to death?" Liu said as he looked at the person with a flushed face. Sitting in the tent was a young man wearing a robe with divination patterns. This man had an indescribable sense of femininity. His eyes were like a poisonous snake's, and anyone who was stared at would feel endless pain. He was the third prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Ming. Li Ming didn't even look at Liu and said again, "Bitch, get out." Liu's expression changed, and he hurriedly called out to the woman who was still trembling, "Get out of here." The woman shivered, and regardless of her naked body, she grabbed the silk clothes that were scattered on the ground. However, the woman didn't immediately run out. Instead, she wanted to put on her clothes before going out. After all, there were still many men outside, and she couldn't stand those smelly men. Unexpectedly, just as she finished putting on one sleeve, Liu roared, "Get out of here!" Unfortunately, his shout was still too late. He only saw Li Ming's gloomy eyes flash with a hint of coldness, and with a light flick of his finger, the flame of the candle on the table flashed and suddenly became a bit weaker. Puff! The woman's movements stiffened, and a hole had appeared on her forehead. There was even a little blood coming out of the hole, and then she fell down. Liu looked at the fallen woman and swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to say anything and obediently sat opposite Li Ming. "Do you still remember the purpose of this trip?" Li Ming asked faintly. Liu nodded and said, "I remember. Elder Lin said that you took a fancy to a woman from the Purple Sky sect?" Li Ming asked again. Liu didn't dare to hide anything and nodded repeatedly, "Yes." If this matter is ruined for other things, I will definitely kill you with my own hands," Li Ming said with a trace of killing intent. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Those who dare to ignore our Tai Li sect must die." Liu nodded in panic. "Third brother, I know what to do." Immediately after, Li Ming disappeared from Liu's tent like a gust of wind. Only Liu was left sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had just experienced some kind of life and death battle. In addition to what these camps were planning, the other sects also had their own thoughts and plans. From tomorrow onwards, the 10,000 Beast Cave would be filled with blood. The sky had just brightened. An ray of sunlight had just illuminated a corner of the sky. A loud voice came from somewhere. "The sect oath assembly has begun. Everyone enter the 10,000 Beast Cave." For a moment, there was a burst of impatience from the various camps. Very quickly, the youths of the various sects all marched towards the 10,000 Beast Cave. Chapter 294. The night before departure, in the Purple Sky Sect's camp, Xiao Songlin specially summoned Ling Xiao and a few of the most outstanding true disciples. The true disciples were Chun Wenyu, the head disciple of the Wooden Flag Peak, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying. They were the top 5 in the direct disciple competition. Apart from these people, Wu Yulai, Wu Youziu, Yin Mengqi, Xing Zhantian, and Lai Mingqiang, who was known as the strongest true disciple, were also present. Lai Mingqiang had already broken through to the king level and was officially promoted to an elder. Xiao Songlin said, "This time, the nest of beasts will be extremely dangerous, and the real slaughter will begin. Every sect will do everything they can to reduce the number of competitors. So tomorrow, before entering the nest of beasts, the others will form a group with the inner disciples. The 5 of you are the strongest in our Purple Sky sect, and you are the hope of our sect. So tomorrow, the 5 of you will form a group with Xiao as the leader. Think of a way to reach the destination, understood?" Ling Xiao and the other 4 nodded seriously. Then, Xiao Songlin said to Yin Mingqi, Miss Xingzhantian and Mingqiang, you are in charge of taking care of the other group of disciples. If you encounter any danger, you must protect them and not let the other sects kill them. This time, the Oath Assembly had gathered the elites of the Purple Sky sect. If they were all killed, it would shake the foundation of the next generation, so Xiao Songlin's instructions were very necessary. Ling Xiao, Chen Wenyu, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Ming followed Xiao Songlin's instructions and didn't follow the others into the nest of beasts. Instead, they waited for an hour before leaving. There was still half a month before they reached the secret realm. As long as they could pass the first stage and reach the destination on time, they could enter the secret realm to search for treasures. Ling Zhao's group of 5 walked through the valley between 2 mountain peaks and saw a towering stone peak. They finally understood why the nest of beasts was named. The stone peak was extremely steep, and the peak was like a sharp blade that pierced through the clouds. At the bottom of the stone peak, there was a huge hole that led straight into the belly of the mountain, so it was not an exaggeration to call it a cave. From afar, this mountain cave was a marvelous sight. It was awe-inspiring. After passing through the cave, there was a large stretch of mountains and forests. The sounds of birds and beasts roaring in unison resounded endlessly. It was truly worthy of the name 10,000 Beasts. After passing through the grotto, Ling Xiao and the others summoned their spirit beasts. Ling Xiao's Golden Wolf King was the most dazzling. It was a peak tier 3 Metal Wind attribute spirit beast, followed by Yin Zhe's mid-tier 3 Fire Cloud Lion, followed by Zhao Nan's mid-tier 3 Scarlet Fierce Tiger, and Shun Wenyu's mid-tier 3 Azure Cloud Eagle. Luo Meiying's spirit beast was the weakest. It was a water attribute healing spirit beast, 3-tailed cat. Aside from Luo Meiying's spirit beast, which couldn't be used as a mount, everyone else's spirit beast was fine. Ling Xiao was the first to speak. Senior Sister Luo, you'll have to bear with it for a bit. Let's see who you want to ride with. Luo Meiying's looks were only above average. She wasn't a beauty, but her extremely sexy figure made up for her lack of looks. Before Luo Meiying could speak, Zhao spoke first. Meiying, why don't you ride with me? My Scarlet Fierce Tiger can carry 2 people. When he said this, his eyes unconsciously looked towards Luo Meiying's towering chest. Luo Meiying naturally knew his dirty thoughts. She immediately glared at him, then looked at Ling Xiao and said sweetly, I'll ride with Elder Ling. I believe that Elder Ling won't be like the others who want to take Senior Sister's Ping E. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Senior Sister, don't call me Elder. From now on, you can just call me Ling Xiao or a junior brother. Senior Sister, why don't you consider riding with Senior Brother Zhao? That's right, Ming. I'm a gentleman. Don't you believe me? Zhao Honan looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude, then replied to Luo Meiying. Bah, you're a gentleman. Luo Meiying spat, then walked over to Ling Xiao and said, Junior Brother Ling is a gentleman. Junior Brother Ling, do you think I'm ugly? That's right. Of course not. Since Senior Sister is so fond of me, then ride with me. Everyone, let's set off immediately and reach the gathering place in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, he proudly thought, it seems like my charm isn't just for show. As long as it's a woman, she'll be interested in me. Huh. Seeing that Luo Meiying insisted on riding with Ling Xiao, Zhao Nan's face revealed a helpless expression. He rode the Scarlet Fierce Tiger and led the way. The others followed closely behind and immediately followed. Ling Xiao and the others followed Xiao Songlin's directions and began to rush at full speed towards the gathering place of the secret territory. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they would immediately move forward when they discovered any movement. This was also to prevent accidents from happening. After 3 days of traveling, they had already encountered no less than 10 attacks from spirit beasts. Fortunately, these spirit beasts were only at the 2nd or 3rd level. There were no 4th level spirit beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had it easy. At this moment, the 5 of them were resting on top of a towering mountain. After 3 days of traveling, coupled with being attacked by spirit beasts. Not only were their mounts tired, but even they couldn't endure it. Originally, 3 days and 3 nights of traveling was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. After all, his qi was the longest, so he could still endure it. However, there was a woman sitting behind him. Moreover, this woman often used her valiant weapon to poke his back, causing his qi and blood to constantly churn. This caused his condition to not be too good. The 5 of them each sat on a large tree branch to recover their qi. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to use his spiritual power to investigate the surroundings. He was appointed as the leader, so he naturally had to be responsible for the safety of the group. Now that his spiritual power could already cover a radius of 3,000 meters, nothing could escape his senses. If there was any danger, he would be able to detect it immediately. At night, in the dark forest, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard everywhere. Ling Xiao, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Wake up! Someone is rushing over here." Ling Xiao called out to the few people who were dozing off. In an instant, everyone immediately became vigilant. However, their eyes were filled with doubt because they couldn't sense anyone's aura. After a while, there was a rustling sound on the other side. The other 4 stared at Ling Xiao in shock. They were all puzzled. He can sense it from so far away. Ling Xiao didn't notice their expressions. Instead, he stared at the person running over. "Little bastards from the Dragon Sea sect, don't run." A voice came from afar. Not far from Ling Xiao were 7 or 8 youths, both male and female. They all looked battered and exhausted, and a few of them were covered in blood. It seemed like they had been heavily injured. "Junior brothers and sisters, you guys run first. I'll hold off those bastards from the Giant River sect." A young man who was the leader stood still and spoke very decisively. "No, senior, if you don't go, then I won't go either," a girl said. "Hurry up. I could delay them for a while. You guys run. Remember, you can only take revenge for me in the future." The youth urged. "That won't do. Senior apprentice brother, we definitely can't abandon you and run by yourself." Another person stood firm. "Right, we'll fight to the death with those bastards from the Giant River sect. Killing one is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it." "Yes, killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it." "Haha, I didn't expect you guys to be so courageous. Then you can all die together." The voice from before rang out again. Immediately after, a figure quickly appeared in front of them. This person was around 40 years old and was tall and skinny. He had a sinister smile on his face and wore gray armor. He held a blue dagger axe in his hand. After he stood still, another 10 youths ran out. It was obvious that these were the people who had come to participate in the Secret Realm contest. "Hurry up and leave. You're going to die if you stay." The leading youth from a Dragon Sea sect pushed the girl and shouted at the others. "Haha, don't you think it's too late to run now?" The middle-aged youth laughed proudly. However, just as he was about to act, he glanced up and faintly said, "Come out with an idea, or don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the other 4. They nodded at the same time and jumped down from the tree. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. "We are from the Purple Sky sect and have been resting up here. We don't want to interfere in your matters." With that, Ling Xiao looked at the 4 people behind him and turned to leave. The Dragon Sea sect and the Great River sect were both ranked in the top 10, so Ling Xiao didn't need to be polite to the middle-aged man. After all, they were ranked 8th, and their overall strength was above theirs. The reason why Ling Xiao left was because he didn't want to get involved in their fight. It was best not to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the middle-aged man was a low-level king, so if they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man didn't stop Ling Xiao and the others. After all, his goal was to kill all the little bastards from the Dragon Sea sect. When Ling Xiao and the others walked a few meters away, the middle-aged man coldly snorted. "Kill all the men. Keep the women alive. They're still useful." The middle-aged man seemed to be a spectator as he called out to his own sect's disciples. In an instant, a series of dazzling Xian skills exploded on the spot. "I'll fight you to the death." The youth from the Dragon Sea sect roared, and the dragon-shaped broadsword in his hand released powerful spiritual energy. Whirl! A series of strange noises resounded around him. The dragon-shaped broadsword was raised high, and a blue dragon shadow soared into the sky. Die! The youth from a Dragon Sea sect's face turned pale. With a roar, the dragon-shaped broadsword slashed towards the Great River sect's disciples. However, at this moment, a blue spiritual energy pierced through the youth's chest. No! The youth roared unwillingly. The light on the dragon-shaped broadsword dissipated, and he gradually fell backwards. Chapter 295. Senior Brother. The youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion all cried out in pain. While they were distracted, 2 more youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion were heavily injured. Don't be in a rush to kill them all. Leave them alive. I want them to see how I screw the women of the Dragon Sea Pavilion to death. The middle-aged man laughed, his eyes revealing a greedy expression as he stared at the 3 youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Bastard! Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. The youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion cursed. That's not up to you. The middle-aged man laughed dryly and waved his hand. Spiritual energy immediately descended on the bodies of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's female disciples, restricting their suicidal movements. You bastard from the Great River sect will die a horrible death. One of the youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion shouted. At the same time, he chopped a Great River sect disciple in half. Blood splattered all over his face, making him look extremely terrifying. He dares to kill my sect's disciples? Chop him into meat paste. The middle-aged man ordered his disciples. Enough! How can you be so cruel? Luo Meiying, who had been following Ling Xiao, finally couldn't hold back her sense of justice and turned around to shout at the middle-aged man. If the Great River sect's people were only here to kill the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion, she wouldn't have interfered. But the middle-aged man had actually wanted to humiliate those women. Some women didn't value their lives the most, but their pure bodies. They wouldn't allow others to trample on them. Luo Meiying was one of those women, so she couldn't help but turn around to stop the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Meiying from head to toe. Only then did he realize how hot Luo Meiying's explosive body was. For a moment, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, "My God, this woman is really interesting." Luo Meiying looked at the middle-aged man with disgust and said, "Don't be rude when you have to be rude." At this moment, Ling Xiao unhappily walked over and grabbed Luo Meiying's hand, wanting to drag her away. "Junior brother Ling, what are you doing? Could it be that you have the heart to watch him carry out such an act?" Luo Meiying glared at Ling Xiao angrily. "What does the 2 sects' business have to do with us?" "Come with me," retorted Ling Xiao. He dragged Luo Meiying away. "Bastard, you coward! Let me go!" Luo Meiying kicked Ling Xiao and cursed him angrily. All right. If you have the ability, then go talk to him. Don't end up getting yourself into trouble," Ling Xiao said unhappily as he pushed Luo Meiying away. Then, he turned to Chen Wenyu, Yin Zhe, and Zhao Nan. "Let's go." Chen Wenyu and Yin Zhe followed Ling Xiao without hesitation. Zhao Nan hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow Ling Xiao. None of you are men." Luo Meiying didn't expect Ling Xiao to leave just like that, and immediately scolded him angrily. She thought that Ling Xiao must be a cowardly man who didn't even have the slightest sense of justice. She had always treated him as a leader. "Beauty, are you leaving or not? If you don't want to leave, then stay and play with this king?" The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao and the others walking away and immediately revealed a happy smile as he looked at Luo Meiying and asked. To be honest, he already had feelings for Luo Meiying. If Luo Meiying left without saying anything, he might not dare to do anything. After all, the anger of the Purple Sky sect was not something he could bear. However, if Luo Meiying really stayed, then that would be another matter. Luo Meiying vigilantly looked at the middle-aged man and said, It's fine if you want to leave, but if you kill them now, I'll leave immediately. If you really want to insult their innocence, don't blame me for being nosy." As she spoke, Luo Ming had already taken out her sword, just in case. "Actually, if you wanted to kill them now, it's fine even if I let them go. As long as you agree to one condition of mine, everything can be discussed." The middle-aged man stared greedily at Luo Ming's breasts and said wretchedly. Luo Ming was not a fool. She could naturally see the middle-aged man's desire for her, but she still calmly said, "Tell me, as long as it's not too difficult, I'll agree." "It shouldn't be too difficult." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "As long as you stay with me for one night, I'll let them go. What do you think?" You're shameless. Do you know that I'm from the Purple Sky sect? If you say another word, I'll report it to my master, and your Great River sect won't be able to bear the consequences. If you know what's good for you, then let them go." Luo Ming was so angry that her body trembled. She immediately used the name of her sect to scare the middle-aged man, hoping that he would tactfully let them go. The middle-aged man did not get angry, but instead smiled evilly and said, "Since it's like this, then you can stay with me like them." The middle-aged man decided to throw caution to the wind. Such a sexy woman being pressed under his crotch would definitely be very exciting. He believed that the Purple Sky sect wouldn't crusade against his Great River sect for an unrelated disciple. In any case, after he was done, his movements would be clean, and there would be no way for the Purple Sky sect to break. The middle-aged man calculated in his heart and decided to keep Luo Ming. Fortunately, Luo Ming was not a brainless person. Taking advantage of the middle-aged man's absent-mindedness, the flexible sword in her hand stabbed towards the middle-aged man's throat. "Elder, be careful," the disciple behind the middle-aged man warned. The middle-aged man recovered and quickly kicked Luo Ming's long sword away. At the same time, he immediately used his other hand to confine Luo Ming. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man's king stage cultivation was not stable enough. Although Luo Ming was temporarily confined, she was still able to struggle free. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ming cried out involuntarily, "Don't act recklessly. Do you really want to become enemies with our Purple Sky sect?" Luo Ming was afraid. She hadn't expected that the other party would really shed all pretense of cordiality and not even let her off. She couldn't help but regret her impulsiveness. So what if it's the Purple Sky sect? Wait until I capture you first, then I'll catch up to those brats from just now. Who would know that I did it?" The middle-aged man said proudly, and then raised his claw to grab Luo Ming's chest. It was unknown whether or not the middle-aged man was deliberately playing with Luo Ming, but he only used 20% of his strength. His attack speed was not fast, giving Luo Ming enough time to dodge. Luo Ming had dodged the attack on her chest, but the silk on her shoulders had been torn apart, revealing her pure white skin. TSK, so white, I like it." The middle-aged man readily praised and then attacked Luo Ming again. The middle-aged man was indeed playing with Luo Ming. Every time he attacked, he would tear apart a part of Luo Ming's clothes, causing Luo Ming to be both angry and embarrassed. But no matter how much she resisted, she couldn't avoid the other party's sneak attacks. Very quickly, Luo Ming's clothes became tattered, and a lot of her spring scenery was exposed. "Though, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Luo Ming slashed at the middle-aged man several times, but to no avail. "Oh, a beauty really looks good when she's angry. I won't play with you anymore. Let's get down to business," the middle-aged man said teasingly. He then said to his sect's disciples, "The Dragon Sea Pavilion's women are yours." "Many thanks, Elder." The Dragon Sea Pavilion's disciples cried out in joy. The Dragon Sea Pavilion's female disciples were so frightened that their smiles turned pale. "I'll fight you to the death." Luo Ming knew that the other party was about to attack. She planned to go all out. Even if she had to die immediately, she couldn't let the middle-aged man humiliate her. However, before she could use her strongest move, the middle-aged man used his spiritual power to imprison her again. At the same time, he greedily pounced towards Luo Ming, intending to force himself on her. Obediently accept this king's blessing. The middle-aged man pressed Luo Ming to the ground and stared at her with glowing eyes. He was about to use force on her. Luo Ming was humiliated, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Just as the middle-aged man was about to enjoy the lamb in his mouth, a strong sense of danger came from behind. At the same time, the Great River Sect's disciples all cried out, "Elder, be careful!" The middle-aged man was also not bad. He immediately abandoned Luo Meiying and fled to the front. "Who?" The middle-aged man stopped moving and turned around to call out. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have fallen to the ground. As a king stage cultivator, he could sense an ordinary cultivator's sneak attack 1 step ahead. Just now, the other party had already landed on his head, so he only noticed the danger. The person standing in front of Luo Ming was Ling Xiao, who had returned. In his hand was a profound weapon that looked like a sword but wasn't a sword. It looked like a saber but wasn't a saber. He stared coldly at the middle-aged man. Behind him, Chen Wenyu, Yin Zhe, and Zhao Nen also rushed over. The middle-aged man stared at Ling Xiao and asked, You really want to meddle in other people's business?" Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he helped Luo Meiying up from the ground. Luo Meiying had escaped death and immediately burst into tears. She then threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. She had been ruined just now. If Ling Xiao and the others hadn't returned, she wouldn't have been able to escape the devil's clutches. Although she was a high-grade spirit master, she was still a normal woman. Moreover, she was a woman who saw things as more important than her own life. Zhaonan looked at Ling Xiao with envy and then shouted at the middle-aged man, "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, our Purple Sky sect and your Great River sect will be irreconcilable enemies." Zhaonan really wanted to teach the middle-aged man a lesson, but he knew he didn't have the ability to do so. He could only try to scare him and hope that the other party would back off. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and a complicated expression flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can only kill them all. Otherwise, if the news leaks, it'll be bad." "What, you want to fight? Our sect's elders are about to arrive," Zhaonan said with a bit of panic. "Haha, then let's see if your elders arrive first or if I kill you first." The middle-aged man heard this and immediately laughed loudly. At the same time, he began to release his king stage strength to its fullest, and the surrounding trees rustled from the vibrations of his aura. "Not good. Quickly dodge." Ling Xiao cried out and immediately pushed Luo Meiying away. He raised his weapon and stabbed at the middle-aged man. Chapter 296. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The middle-aged man snorted and formed a blade in his hand, swinging it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight the middle-aged man head-on. This move was just a feint. His goal was only to give Chen Wenyu and the others time to escape. "Senior brother Chen, take senior sister Luo and leave immediately. I have a way to escape." Ling Xiao dodged the middle-aged man's attack and shouted a reminder. "Everyone leave. Don't let them escape." The middle-aged man was panicking and shouted to his disciples. He shouted as he struck out with both hands. This time it wasn't just one blade, but dozens of blades. All of them flew towards Ling Xiao to besiege him. "Junior brother, I'll help you." Luo Meiying came back to her senses and raised her sword to attack the middle-aged man with Ling Xiao. At this time, Chen Wenyu stopped Luo Meiying and said, "Don't cause trouble for junior brother. Let's go first." He didn't care if Luo Meiying was willing or not and drag her away. At the same time, Yin Zhe and Zhao Nen took out their profound weapons and opened a path to the left and right, forcing the Great River sect disciples to have no way to get close. "Trash!" The middle-aged man cursed his disciples when he saw that Chen Wenyu and the others were about to escape. He didn't bother with Ling Xiao and flew toward Chen Wenyu's group. At the same time, he took out a shining blade and slashed through the air. Who knew that at this time, another wave of cold sword light would attack? Sword scar. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword lights emitted powerful sword chi, blasting the surrounding trees and grass into the air. Ling Xiao was already a high-rank spirit master, and the power of this attack was nearly 100 times stronger than before. The middle-aged man felt a strong sense of danger and didn't dare be careless. He turned around and swung his blade, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword moves. Not only that, but he also broke through Ling Xiao's attack and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. Damned bastard. I'll let you know that the dignity of the king's stare is inviolable. The middle-aged man vowed to kill Ling Xiao first, then go after the others. At this time, Chun Wenyu and the others had already released their spirit beasts and fled into the darkness. From afar, he could still hear Luo Ming's sorrowful cries, "Junior brother." Ling Xiao rose up and blocked the middle-aged man's powerful attack. Puff! Ling Xiao tasted something sweet in his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backward until he crashed into a huge tree trunk. Ling Xiao leaned on the tree trunk and took a deep breath. He quickly circulated the Xianxia in his body. A mere king rank is only SOSO. Ling Xiao crawled to his feet and looked at the middle-aged man with extreme disdain. He could feel that his body was in excellent condition. Although he had spat out a mouthful of blood, it didn't hinder him from having the strength of a war monarch. He didn't use his mental strength to instantly kill the middle-aged man because he wanted to use the battle to raise his own strength. He could kill a spirit master when he was a high-level mystic disciple. Now that he was a high-level spirit master, he still hadn't had a good fight. How could the low-level king die so easily? If others knew of Ling Xiao's crazy thoughts, they would probably curse him for being a madman. Was it even possible for a high-level spirit master to defeat a king? He's actually not dead yet? The middle-aged man said in astonishment, then said, "That's good too. This king will let you thoroughly feel the power of a king." He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be able to withstand an attack with 80% of his power. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. He thought that the disciples of large sects were indeed strong, but he still couldn't escape death. He decided that he must properly deal with this ant. "Come, don't disappoint me." Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of phlegm, his eyes filled with battle intent. At the same time, a noble golden color bloomed from his body, making the Great River sect disciples want to worship him. The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This kid's attribute light is a bit strange. While the middle-aged man was puzzled, Ling Xiao took the initiative and unleashed a bone-chilling aura. Dozens of chaotic and irregular ice-cold saber lights flew towards the middle-aged man, engulfing him. Wherever the move went, it was covered with a layer of faint frost energy. This was the third form of the Nie family's prideful chill 6 formulas, Red Apricot Wall. This move was created by wind god Nie Feng's father, Nie Renwang, because of his wife's betrayal. Although the middle-aged man was a king, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of Ling Xiao's powerful attack. He wrapped himself in a thick layer of dark energy and waved his blade once more to block. He was puzzled. Why is it the ice element again? Does this kid cultivate 2 elements at the same time? However, just as he was about to break through Ling Xiao's sword, a wave of heat assaulted his nose. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't wrap his head around it. Just a moment ago, he had clearly felt a chill, but now he felt an unbearable heat. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Rising waves." The blade in his hand flung out, and a blue blade light appeared in front of him, preventing him from being attacked by the blue flames. Ling Xiao's 2 consecutive moves disrupted the middle-aged man's rhythm. A strange smile appeared on his face, and only an afterimage was left where he stood. "Damned bastard, I'm going to kill you." The middle-aged man shouted angrily when he completely destroyed Ling Xiao's moves. He was a dignified king stage expert, but he was forced by a spirit master to the point where he could only defend. This was too sullen. However, when he saw that there was nothing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Just when he thought that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to escape, a crisis arose behind him. Not good. The middle-aged man realized that something was wrong and was about to withdraw. Rumble. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he was hit by Ling Xiao's sword move from behind. Ling Xiao had added the wind element and the phantom shadow steps to his footwork. Even a king stage expert would find it difficult to escape from the combination of these two elements. The middle-aged man wasn't killed by this move, but his Dar protection force was cracked. His body fell forward a few steps, and a few drops of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao naturally didn't think that he could defeat this king stage opponent with a single move. He didn't wait for the middle-aged man to come back to his senses, and Ling Xiao changed to a blade move and slashed at the middle-aged man. Rumble. The middle-aged man managed to block it this time, but it was too hasty, and he was forced back a few steps by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's flurry of attacks had just begun. Ling Xiao utilized his extraordinary speed to constantly change his position and surprise the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man could only defend his own area and block ceaselessly. However, he was slightly unable to endure Ling Xiao's attacks that fluctuated between hot and cold. Moreover, his strength was so much higher than Ling Xiao's, so being forced into such a state by a low-level martial artist was something that could be recorded in history. The middle-aged man was furious, and his ordinary face had warped. He didn't intend to defend anymore, and he wanted to end this battle completely. He stomped on the ground with one foot and instantly soared tens of meters into the air. He took a few breaths in succession, and then he glared at Ling Xiao and roared fiercely, "Damned bastard! I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Originally, he had planned to toy with Ling Xiao to death, but he was caught unprepared by Ling Xiao. If he didn't vent his anger, he could only stop here for the rest of his life. The middle-aged man looked down at Ling Xiao from above, and then he put away his large saber. He repeatedly waved his hand in the air a few times, and dozens of blades converged at the same time. "Go to hell!" The middle-aged man roared, and simultaneously waved his hands. Swoosh! Blades fell from the sky like rain. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes were like a blade as he stared at those blades. Just as those blades were about to explode in front of him, the profound artifact in his hand that was like a sword, but not a sword, and also like a saber, but not a saber, also shot out. Rumble. Rumble. Those blue blades were repeatedly sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, the spiritual power attack of a king stage martial artist wasn't random. Those blades all contained the full power of the middle-aged man's attack. Ling Xiao was shaken to the point that blood seeped out of his tiger eyes, and the profound artifact in his hand was almost shaken out of his hand. Haha, let's see how many attacks you can block. The middle-aged man laughed complacently. He regained some face, and the blades in his hand shot out again and again in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's defense failed, and he was struck by two peerlessly fast blades. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body flew back several meters. The middle-aged man saw that Ling Xiao was lying on the ground and stopped attacking. He murmured, "He died just like that, too boring." He felt that Ling Xiao should be dead. After all, Ling Xiao was only a high-level spirit master. How could he withstand 2 consecutive attacks? Unless he wore a 4th-level defensive armor, he was definitely dead. Unfortunately, his judgment was wrong again. Ling Xiao flipped over like a carp, and his body stood straight like a spear. Haha, a mere king level is nothing more than this, nothing more than this. If you want to take my life, Ling Xiao, then you'll have to spend the rest of your life. Ling Xiao laughed madly. He had the Vajra 5 transformation technique to rely on, so low-level king-level attacks couldn't kill him. Only a middle-level king-level attack would have a chance. No, impossible. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had withstood his attacks again and again without dying. This completely overturned the normal rules. All below king level were ants. However, a grand king level, couldn't kill a spirit master. Wasn't this too ironic? Right, he must be wearing a high-level defensive armor. The middle-aged man had to find an excuse to calm his panicked state of mind. However, looking at Ling Xiao's naked golden body, he felt his face redden. I don't believe you can't be killed. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and put his hands together. The surrounding spiritual power quickly gathered. A huge saber image gradually formed, and a powerful pressure caused everyone below to tremble. This should be your strongest move, right? Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and murmured. Then his expression turned cold. Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance to use it. By the time Ling Xiao finished speaking, the middle-aged man had finished gathering his power. You can die without regrets to make me use this move. The middle-aged man glared at Ling Xiao and roared. At the same time, the blade shadow was about to slash down at Ling Xiao. At this critical moment, he felt a pain in his head. Ah! Before the middle-aged man could use his blade, he suddenly screamed. The spiritual power he had just gathered immediately dissipated, and he fell from the sky like a dead dog. Just as the middle-aged man was about to hit the ground, Ling Xiao quickly dashed out and waved the profound artifact in his hand. Rumble! A patch of blood blossomed like fireworks, appearing so poignant and beautiful. The disciples of the Great River sect were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 297. Ling Xiao held the Xian artifact that was neither a sword nor a blade. His entire face was covered in scarlet blood, and his tiger-like eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he stared at the disciples of the Great River sect. At this moment, he was like a terrifying god of death. A single glance from him could make people tremble in fear. If you don't want to die, then scram. Ling Xiao coldly shouted, and the Xian artifact in his hand swung out without any warning. Puff! A disciple of the Great River sect who was standing beside the 3 female disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion was instantly cut in half. Evil! Demon! Run! One of the Great River sect disciples was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted and turned around to escape into the darkness without caring about his companions. The other disciples of the Great River sect were not slow either. They wished that they had 2 more legs and could escape as soon as possible. In just a short moment, only a few disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion were left. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out a pill to consume. Ling Xiao glanced at the 3 pretty girls from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. He did not plan to say anything else and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a woman pounced towards Ling Xiao and knelt down heavily in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I will remember it for the rest of my life." Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at the beautiful woman. He said indifferently, "Don't think too highly of yourself. If it wasn't for my senior sister meddling in other people's business, I wouldn't have done anything." With that, he summoned the Golden Wolf King and jumped onto its back, disappearing into the night. Soon after, his faint voice could be heard. "Quickly leave this place." The woman's beautiful eyes stared ahead without blinking. Her expression was filled with gratitude and determination. The woman stood up and said to her companions, "Quickly check if the other senior brothers are still breathing. Let's quickly leave this place." The other 2 women nodded and immediately split up to check on their companions' auras. At this moment, a woman called out, "Eldest senior brother is still breathing. He's not dead yet. That's great. Let's carry him and leave immediately." That woman cried out in pleasant surprise before leaving with her companion. But before he left, he did not forget to take a deep look in the direction Ling Xiao had left. Not long after the Dragon Sea Pavilion women left, a few huge beasts appeared at the same place. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King for a short while before stopping. He shouted to the side, "Come out, I know you guys have been following me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Wenyu, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Ming appeared next to Ling Xiao on their spirit beasts. The way they looked at Ling Xiao had changed a lot, and there was a deep sense of respect in their expressions. In fact, Chun Wenyu didn't run far after saving Luo Meiying. He just hid in the forest far away and watched the fight between Ling Xiao and the middle-aged man. If Ling Xiao couldn't escape the middle-aged man's pursuit, they would fight back even if they had to risk their lives. They couldn't do something like abandoning their companions. So, they'd completely witnessed Ling Xiao's formidable combat strength just now. In the end, he'd even revealed his divine might to slaughter that king-rank powerhouse, and they'd been fiercely shocked in their hearts. They were all young geniuses of the Purple Sky sect, and they were all known to be outstanding talents who would definitely be able to cross the threshold of the king's stage. Even though they all knew that Ling Xiao had easily defeated Su Yi, the strongest of the true disciples, they didn't think that the gap between Ling Xiao and them was that big. At most, he was only a little stronger than them. They even thought that if they fought with their lives, they might have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. After all, they felt that Ling Xiao was too young and lacked battle experience. Unfortunately, after seeing the scene just now, they realized how laughable their thoughts were. Only now did they truly understand how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting ability was. If someone had asked them in the past, could a high-level spirit master kill a low-level king stage powerhouse head-on? Their answer would definitely be no, but if someone asked this question now, their answer would definitely be yes. Luo Ming jumped down from Chun Wenyu's Azure Cloud Eagle and walked shyly to Ling Xiao. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Ling Xiao glanced at her indifferently. Don't say such meaningless words. In the future, you are not allowed to act on your own without my orders. After saying that, he didn't let Luo Ming sit on his golden wolf king and left. Luo Ming's face revealed a dejected expression. She knew that she had finally realized that her so-called sense of justice had been too impulsive. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have all died. Chun Wenyu comforted her. Junior sister Luo, let's go. Junior brother did this for everyone's safety. I know, I don't blame him. Luo Ming took a deep breath and jumped onto the Azure Cloud Eagle's back. The group once again set out on their journey. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Ling Xiao and the others did the same as before. They avoided as much trouble as they could, and only stopped to fight to their heart's content when they couldn't. In the outskirts of the myriad beast nest, the second and third grade spirit beasts were the strongest. They rarely encountered spirit beasts or beast hordes that were 4th grade and above, so the group didn't face too much danger along the way. During these few days, they also encountered a few groups of elites from the various sections. Ling Xiao and the others didn't provoke them, and those people didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao and the others' strength, so they didn't kill them. On this day, Ling Xiao and the others were still hurrying along. However, Chun Wenyu, who had been opening a path in the air, suddenly had his Azure Cloud Eagle descend and call out, "Everyone stop for a moment. There's a large number of spirit beasts coming our way." "What kind of spirit beast hordes?" Zhao Anen asked first. "I don't know, but there are all kinds of spirit beasts. I don't know what's gotten into them, but they're all running in this direction," Chun Wenyu replied with an ugly expression. Ling Xiao released his spiritual power and sensed that there were quite a few powerful momentum fluctuations not far away. "Senior Chun, go up and take a look. See what's going on," Ling Xiao instructed with a frown. Chun Wenyu nodded and once again had his Azure Cloud Eagle fly into the air. Ling Xiao then turned to Yin Zhe and Zhao Nan and said, "Put away your spirit beasts and hide in the trees to take a look." The two of them nodded in agreement and put away their spirit beasts at the same time. Then, they immediately jumped into the trees to hide. Not long after, Chun Wenyu's Azure Cloud Eagle descended again. Chun Wenyu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said, "Junior Chun, there seems to be some kind of spirit object in that direction. Those spirit beasts are all heading in that direction." "Spirit object?" Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched as he asked. "It should be a high-grade spirit herb or spirit fruit. Should we go take a look?" Chun Wenyu suggested with an excited look in his eyes. At this moment, Yin Zhe and Zhao Nen both revealed looks of pleasant surprise and said in unison, "Let's go take a look." Since Ling Xiao hadn't said anything, they didn't dare to make the decision on their own. A spirit object that could make so many spirit beasts go crazy must be extraordinary. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Since we have this kind of opportunity, let's go take a look. However, don't act rashly. We must wait and see. If anything goes wrong, immediately retreat back to where we came from. Do you understand?" The other four all replied, "Understood." With Chun Wenyu leading the way in the air, the few of them quickly arrived at a sunken valley. Originally, Chun Wenyu wanted to get closer to the place with the most spirit beasts. However, when he saw a golden shadow in the sky not far away, his expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly urged the azure cloud eagle to descend. Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked, "Senior Chun, what's wrong?" Rank 4 golden feathered eagle." Chun Wenyu pointed to the sky and said with a trembling voice, "Golden feathered eagle." The others all exclaimed at the same time, "That's right. It seems to be heading towards the front." Chun Wenyu replied with an ugly expression. The golden feathered eagle was a rank 4 high-rank spirit beast. Its strength was equivalent to a king stage martial artist. It was ferocious and cruel. It liked to eat snake meat and humans. Its attack power was extremely strong, and it belonged to the king's spirit beast of the sky. "This is not good," Zhao Nin said hurriedly. Yanzei said in a deep voice, "It seems that there really is a spirit object in that place." At this time, Chun Wenyu, Yanzei, Zhao Nan, and Luo Ming all looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. Their hearts were already beating like drums. Facing a rank 4 spirit beast was not a joke. They could lose their lives at any time, so they had to be cautious. Although Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat a king stage martial artist, it didn't mean that he could kill this ferocious golden feathered eagle. What's more, there were many unknown spirit beasts in front of them. This time, they were really not optimistic. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said lightly, "I plan to go and take a look." The other four revealed surprised expressions. Luo Ming disagreed. "Junior brother, it's too dangerous. It's not worth it." Ling Xiao smiled lightly. "I'll go by myself. It won't be a problem to save my life, but if I bring you guys, I'm afraid." Chun Wenyu understood what Ling Xiao was trying to say. "Why don't we go back and wait for you there?" "No, I don't agree." What if? Luo Ming replied anxiously, but she was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just do as Senior Brother Chen said. You guys go back and wait for me for 2 days. I'll definitely come back within 2 days." After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to speak and rushed towards the valley in front of him. Luo Ming looked at the figure. Her heart was anxious and helpless. Chun Wenyu said, "Let's go. I believe that Junior Brother will be fine." After saying that, he also began to walk back. The others hesitated for a moment, but still followed him back. The closer Ling Xiao got, the slower his speed became. He could already see a few rank 3 spirit beasts in front of him. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a gust of wind, and he quickly looked up. He saw a giant golden eagle with its wings spread and landed steadily on a big tree. The eagle only glanced at Ling Xiao for a moment before staring straight ahead. It seemed to have no interest in Ling Xiao, or perhaps it didn't even put him in its eyes. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was closely sizing up the golden eagle not far away. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with light yellow feathers, huge claws like iron hooks, and bloodthirsty and ferocious eagle eyes. The most dazzling thing was the golden feather crown on its head, which was filled with a noble aura. What a good golden eagle! Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise in his heart. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.